My name is Marian Pejevski. I'm head of Market Analysis Division within Regulatory Department within the Agency of Electronic Communication. I want to thank you, all of you, for being here with us today. I want to congratulate all of you the World Telecommunication Day. And I believe we will have fruitful discussions. I strongly believe that these following 2 days we will have good presentations and exchanges, views and ideas which will help in our line of work in the future period. So therefore I would like to invite our first presenter coming from Faculty of Economics in Skopje, Ms. Daniela Bojađijeva, to take the floor.
Thank you, Marian. Dear Director Mr. Jetano Kiku, directors of other representatives of regional regulatory agencies, dear representatives for Commission of IAC, dear guests, it is my pleasure to be here today. I feel a little bit nervous after 2 years of break, first time to be here in public to have a speech, besides the fact that I'm a professor. Maybe at the beginning you are asking what I'm doing here, an economist, to speak about regulatory issue in telecommunications. But at the end, this is a problem that mitigates two aspects, technical, technology, and economic aspects, because in the end, the existence of regulatory institutions has the main purpose to create a favorable market environment, to support competition, and in the end, for the final users to enjoy in services with good qualities, with good prices. That's why my presentation will be focused on two pillars. First of all, to discuss about market performances at the telecommunication market in Macedonia. And after that, to speak about the regulatory inefficiencies and what kind of challenges both regulatory institutions in charge for ex ante and ex post regulation should do about transitioning to the G5 regulation, which means transition from integrated regulation, G4. This is the phase that at the moment we are, and how to be more effective in implementation the standards of G5 regulation, which means developing of collaborative regulation. Okay, so at the beginning, in July 2015, we experienced the merging of third and second mobile network operator, VP1. They decided to get together, and now they're one, operator one, A1. And so we became a unique case in Europe, not in European Union, but in Europe continent, where we are a country with only two mobile network operators. That is Makedonski Telekom and AEDEN Macedonia, with a very high market shares. Just to comparison, at the European level, the average market share of the biggest market operator is around 35%. At the moment, we are very high above this level. Also, we have three mobile virtual network operators. Jointly, they have less than 3% of market shares. And this component of the market structure is not enough to create a big pressure on the mobile network operators to create services with, how to say, more favorable prices. Hirschman indexes are standardized indicators which are using to measure the market concentration. And if we can see, These indicators can be measured on the basis of distribution of total revenues, how these 3-4 big operators create total revenues, participate in creation of total revenues, or what is the distribution among them regarding the number of subscribers. And we can see starting from 2014, this is the year before market consolidation, and after that, these indexes are increasing highly, both in mobile telephony segment and also in the fixed telephony segment. When this proposal for merging about VP1 in then time, the main justification for this action in front of competition authorities was that the new company will be more efficient, will create more services with higher quality and so on. And also we expect that prices are not going to increase. But also it was another impact of this merger activity, that it was create a wave, second and third wave of merging of companies that working in the fixed telephony segment. And just for comparison, before the merging in 2014, we have 33 companies that works in this segment, and in 2020, the number is 17. Most of them disappeared from the market as a result of the bankruptcy, and some of them are merged with the existing bigger operators. Also, this index for Hirschman is very high. Just to also explain how to read these indexes, the higher value of the indexes represent that the market concentration is higher, and consequently, we will expect the low level of competition pressure. Number of active subscribers in the segment of mobile telephony is declining, but in the segment of fixed telephony, the number of subscribers is stable with an insignificant increment. I will be a little bit, reserved about the available data at the moment, because a few months ago, the State Statistical Office published an official documents for the census. And I expect that some of this data will be recalculated, re-established again, just to have a more clear picture of what is going on. Number of active broadband subscribers, both in fixed and mobile segment, is increasing over the period 2014-2020. About total revenues in the analyzed period, after the phase of decrement, it was around 2014, first half of 2015, when the revenues at the market started to decline. After that, it's process of increasing of total revenues, but still they are below the level of 2014. The prices of services organized in different baskets are increasing over the whole period, where the highest change is noticed in the basket of fixed broadband basket and the data mobile broadband baskets. Here, the prices from 2014 to 2021 are increased for the first segment, fixed broadband basket, around 36%, and for the data mobile broadband basket, around 50%. This is a very clear indication where the focus of the business of mobile operators are changing. Mobile segment and sharing the services for mobile telephony, just for call, is not very interesting. That segment is quite saturated, but still there is a big, room where the competition is not strong, and operators can still charge a higher prices than it used to be in 2014. And this is the segment where this is the main sources for the higher revenues that these operators realized. In one of our previous research that I am working together with my colleague Predrag Trpesky, we tried to design restricted econometric models which were based on the approach of differences. I am not going to bothering you with too much econometric details. Just to explain, this is a situation, what is going to be if something is not happened and so on. And to realize this research, we have to change, because this is the proposition of the model, we have to choose the control group of country. And we decided the control group of country to be Austria, Croatia, and Slovenia. Why these three countries? Because in these three countries, more or less account, especially Slovenia, regarding the number of population and other data about characteristic of the economies, population and so on, more or less we are here. And the other criteria was that operators that we have here, also these operators are presented in the economies of Austria, in the markets of Austria, Croatia, and Slovenia. If you can see here, you can notice that Macedonia has the higher values of Hirschfeld-Hirschman indexes. This is calculated by the number of active subscribers. Slovenia has 4 mobile network operators, and the index is around 3,000. Austria with 3 mobile network operators is around 4,300. And in Croatia, also with 3 mobile network operators, is around 370. This implies that even in these countries with a bigger number of market participants, companies may exist, may create services with good qualities and with lower prices. So, briefly, what we found in this paper, in this research, we found that the number of incumbent firms is negatively correlated with prices, which means that decreasing the number of competitors in Macedonian case increase the prices. And also, due to the higher number of competitors in other countries, the dynamic of changes is quite less than in our case. Ex-ante regulatory pressure is more significant for increasing investment activities of incumbent firms than the higher concentration in mobile markets, which suggests that if we analyze only the impact of reducing the number of competitors and how it stimulates the investment activities, here we didn't find any significant effect. But when we calculated the effects of changes in regulation that IAC made as ex-ante regulatory institution, it creates a bigger pressure when these companies decided to invest in development of their technologies and to achieve the criteria that this regulatory imposed on them. And also, we noticed that in our case, the change in GDP per capita has not significant influence for the change in the price level. Also, I have to say that definitely the characteristic of market and weak, especially ex-post regulation of this segment creates a very favorable position for the incumbent firms on the detriment of the customers' welfare and public interest. And also this weak competition was recognized as persistent problem in Macedonian telecommunication markets, noticed in yearly country progress reports usually issued by European Commission, and according to the ICT regulatory tracker score. ICT regulatory tracker score is an indicator created by ITU. It is a composite index designed, organized in 4 pillars. regulatory authority, regulatory mandate, regulatory regime, and competition framework. Under all these pillars, there is a number of sub-indicators, and the total value of evaluated indicators around 50, and the maximum score of the composite index is 100. Higher value of the index represented the better performances in ex post and ex ante regulation. Macedonia, you can see on the table, comparing with these three countries, has the lowest value of this indicator. But however, we are classified that we are fully, prepared to apply the standard for G4 regulation, which means we are applying very well the integrated regulatory framework. And just to be clear, also again we are confirmed that on the paper we have a very good laws and sub-laws, but unfortunately there is some problem with implementation of these laws, which is clearly we can say that the weakest link here is the competition framework, where on this graph we can clearly see that from 2007 to 2020, Macedonia made a quite progress in this pillar, but unfortunately, still it is far away from the maximum level. Now at the moment the value is 19, but the maximum value is, I think, 28. This is the picture, what is the situation in Slovenia, Austria, and Croatia. And all of this we can say that at this moment, both regulatory institutions have to be very clear about their position in the institutional framework and what are their tasks and what they should create at the end as an effect, which means that regulatory should be not the treat at the end of itself. At the end, definitely they have to create an effective competition and to increase ICT access and protect the consumer interest. How the process of liberalization of this sector started at the beginning, for instance, now we started around at the beginning of the middle of the 90s. Also, how the technology is changing and made its evolution path up to now. The regulation also changed. At the beginning, the market requests more dominance of the ex-ante regulation, where the criteria for interest in the market, the functioning of the operators were more strictly regulated by these institutions. But nowadays, when the level of liberalization of these markets are very high, definitely the more pressure should come from the ex post regulator. In this case, should be competition for protection of Commission for Protection of Competition. But unfortunately, at the moment, this institution has not adequate capacity and integrity to cope with these problems. And it is, at the moment, very, by book example, what's happening when the regulator is captured by the company which is a subject of regulation. For instance, all of us, we are struggling to be, to keep up with the new trends and to starting the process of implementation of 5G, sharing the spectrum of frequencies and so on. But at the moment, according to the decision of opening the process by the Commission for Protection of Competition, I think, I'm not very sure, but in the second half of last year, the process of selling the new frequencies licenses for 5G was stopped and delayed. According to my last information, I think that the process is still of the preparation to reopen the call again. And it is very, anachronic decision. Why Commission for Protection of Competition decided to work on this situation. And to be honest, up to now, still on their website, we cannot find a decision with clear explanation why they started with this procedure. What we can see about a little bit of challenges regarding the new regulation development. According to the ICT regulatory tracker score, Macedonia has developed integrated regulation G4, which is led by the economic and social policy goals. But we are starting to prepare to enter in the G5, developing of collaborative regulation. At the moment, we are in the process of transitioning in that phase, according to the ICT regulator tracker score. And what means this collaborative regulation? It constitutes the gold standard for collaboration among regulators. You can see that once again, it is stressed the importance on real, not only de jure, but de facto, a strong cooperation between regulatory institutions in the country, and for the design of the digital policy and legal instruments that maximize digital transformation. Collaborative regulation also puts consumer benefits and protection in its focus and leverages the resources of government institutions and industry to deliver them through organic consultation, collaboration, and conciliation. You can see that the process is very inclusive, and this regulatory will have one mark, where industry and regulators both will charting a common future of this sector. Very briefly, because we have a problem with time, professors always want to talk a little bit longer, just two small conclusions about this presentation. We should really realize that the implementation of an effective regulatory framework has resulted in greater economic growth, increased investment, lower prices, better quality of services, higher penetration, and more rapid technological innovation in the sector. Very well, this evidenced and measured in the experience of developed countries, especially EU countries, because we use these countries as a benchmark for analyzing the situation. And that's why we should, as a state, to be clear that to transition to an effective competitive environment, regulatory reform must include measures aimed at, firstly, creating functional regulators to oversee the introduction of competition, preparing the incumbent operator to face competition, allocating the managing scarce resources in a non-discriminatory way, expanding and exchanging access to telecommunications and ICT networks and services, and in the end, promoting and protecting consumer interest, including universal accesses and privacies. And in the end, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Daniela. And now I want to invite the audience, if there is any questions. You want to ask? Okay.
Hi, Vladimir Istarski from A1 Macedonia. We saw Herfindahl-Hirschman indexes clearly stating that we are not competitive market. Okay, it's a fact. Those are the numbers. But HHI usually are quite effective in mass markets, in markets which are not natural monopoly, as the telecom markets, especially where heavy investments are needed to sustain the markets. Can we agree that HHI is not quite representative methodology to evaluate whether some mobile network mobile markets are competitive or not? In theory, 1,700 is considered as a competitive market according to HHI, which is not achievable in mobile markets. Can we reconsider this? Can we say something else about it?
You know, it's very interesting to deal with numbers. I'm an economist, but I'm very, careful when I only analyzing the data. Econometric models, you know, it's a process like making a cake. What you can put in the models, what kind of ingredients, that kind of cake you're going to prepare. But when you're trying to see the dynamic and the dialectic connections, causality in the processes, then you should try to see the picture from above. Yes, you are right about this. Hirschfeld-Hirschman index can be used only as an indicator. But to clearly detect what is the real level of competition, what is the results of that competition, we should involve other criteria to analyze the characteristic of the markets, to analyze the efficiency of regulatory institution, regulatory framework by law and their implementation and so on. And that's why, yes, Hirschfeld-Hirschman index can use as an indicator, but more precisely, what's going on with the competition, usually authorities are trying to calculate the delta of Hirschfeld-Hirschman index between two critical periods. And they say that there is some changes. Also, regarding the regulation of market, you should be very careful. In what sense? Sometimes business dynamics determine the number of competitors. In the microeconomic theory, this is called the concept of economic efficient scale, which means that the characteristic of technology, the characteristic of the markets is variables determined, how to say, like that there existed and predetermined the, how to say, dynamic of competition in the sector in itself. For instance, according to these characteristics, maybe for some country, 3 operators, it's optimal number of operators. And the theory says, I don't care what is the name of these 3 operators. I expect, as a society, to have a good quality of our services, to enjoy the security, and to have these services to affordable prices. And here, this is the role of regulatory institutions. How to make, even for potential competitors, to be available to come in the market, and if new competitor is more effective regarding the cost efficiency and so on, then we should let them to come here and to let players in the market to decide in the end who is going to want to exist here. But in this gameplay, they should play in a fair basis, not to use unfair business practices. And one way how to use these unfair practices is, for instance, I'm not going to go so deep in this explanation, but one aspect is how to capture regulatory bodies to bring decisions and so on, which is in a favorable position of current incumbent companies. This is a very, how to say, sensitive material which really have to be aware for the needs of the business, for the needs of the business development, for the aspect of support economic development in the country, and in the same way, how to say, to be aware about the positive effects from prospective dynamic efficiencies that we want to realize. But this dynamic efficiency is not to be just a criteria which is somewhere there, is not, we are not bothering too much how to come to that criteria, how to realize. But however, really in this process of regulation, regulatory bodies, both an ex-ante and ex-post regulation, should be focused how to clearly stimulate dynamic efficiency in the country. But that means maybe on the short term, some of the decisions will allow competition in the market to be restricted, but on the long term, definitely dynamic efficiency should come and these restrictions should be withdrawn or reduced. I'm not sure whether I answered the question.
Thank you, Daniela. Just one short sentence from my side. Absolutely, Hirschfeld-Hirschman index is an indicator. That is how we're using it in the market analysis procedures. It is prescribed with the methodology of market analysis. In fact, it is not the final stage that confirms that there is a lack of competition on the mobile market especially, but it is clearly an indicator. And
Yes.
that is how from the agency is used. So I thank you very much for your presentation. I propose now to move to the next presentation because we are lagging from the time. So now I invite the next presentations concerns roaming. As you already know, and we are now in the process of delivering, we already delivered, and it is transparent, the roadmap for EU Western Balkan roaming price reduction process. And therefore, I invite Ms. Milena Jocic-Tanaskovic from Regional Cooperation Council to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Marian. Hello to everybody. I would like to thank the Agency for Electronic Communications of North Macedonia for inviting Regional Cooperation Council to join this conference. First, I'm personally honored to be here. I'm, by the way, telecommunication engineer, so I prefer this kind of events. Also, I will start now with the presentation. So we are talking about the reduction of EU Western Balkan roaming charges. I will cover the first part of presentation, and then Marian will talk about the glide path. In fact, the way how the reduction of roaming prices is proposed to be done. So when we are talking about the reduction of EU Western Balkan roaming charges, why we are at all talking about it? So there are many reasons for it, in fact. First, it is in line with the strategic documents at the regional level in digital field. We are talking here about digital agenda for the Western Balkans. It is, as you all know, the EU document from 2018. Then we are talking about the Common Regional Market 2021-2024 Action Plan that is endorsed by the Western Balkan leaders in 2020. And also we are talking here about the conclusions of all digital summits, Western Balkan digital summits held until now. So there were 4 of them, and in fact this topic is covered in all of these conclusions. Also, it was very, the timing was perfect after the, as we all know, successful introduction of Roam Like at Home regime from 1st July last year to talk about another reduction of roaming charges, but not in the region, but between Western Balkans and the EU. The last but not the least, the prices are really huge. You can find a lot of interesting data and statistics in the report we prepared. So the report is called the Western Balkan Roaming Data Report. It was prepared in 2021, and it could be found at our web page, so rcc.int. For example, there are, as I said, very interesting data, and we can see that some prices are really above any acceptable levels. So, for example, the subscriber of one operator from Western Balkans in 2020, when going to the EU, the price for 1 giga was above 100 euro. So we all know that, me personally, I don't like to turn on mobile data in EU if I don't have to with my SIM card from the Western Balkans. So how we were preparing the roadmap? In fact, RCC was just facilitating the process, as it was the same thing was when the regional roaming agreement prepared. One other thing also didn't change, so we have again support from DC, from both DigiConnect and DigiNear on all the issues we are talking about, so from technical part to political challenges. So we really had many meetings of the Western Balkan roaming policy working group. We discussed a lot, we brainstormed a lot. It was really interesting to listen to all these discussions. In fact, the members of this working group are coming from the Western Balkan ministries and the regulators. So all of them covered one part of the roadmap you will see later in the slides. We organized 3 regional meetings with mobile operators last year. One was during the summer, another one in September, and the last one in December, and we plan to organize more of them, of course. And the roadmap, in a way that was prepared, was agreed by Western Balkan economies in September, and also political support to the whole process was given at the EU Western Balkan Summit in October 2021, when this roadmap is welcomed in the declaration. So, what are the specifics of this document? First, I've heard this expression, and I like it a lot during one of our meetings on the roadmap. So one of the participants of the meeting said that this is a like totally different animal comparing to the regional roaming agreement. So this is totally different story, because for regional roaming agreement there was a legal base. All the reduction of the prices was based on the agreement that was signed between the economies, but in this case it is not possible from the legal part, because there are WTO rules, there are internal market rules in the EU, so this reduction could be implemented in fact only by having commercial voluntary agreements between the operators, between the mobile operators from Western Balkans and the EU. What is another specific of this roadmap is that there are 2 parallel streams. In fact, there are 2 different parts of the roadmap. The first one, like this glide path, is talking about the way how and when the roaming charges should be reduced. And one would say that this is the roadmap, like the way how the reduction will be implemented. But in fact, this roadmap is a document much more wider than just this. So also we are talking in the roadmap about the set of policy reforms to be implemented by the Western Balkans, aiming to improve the business environment in telecom sector, and in fact making the life of telecom operators much easier in the Balkans. What we are aiming, as I said, RCC as facilitator and all the economies, that the whole process should be transparent, inclusive, and that we need to have permanent dialogue among all the stakeholders, especially with the mobile operators. So, policy reforms proposed are based on the Common Union Toolbox for Connectivity. So this toolbox is based on the recommendation adopted by the Commission, and it consists of the best practices from the member states in regards to the broadband development. So in fact, related to the deployment costs of very high capacity networks, and also related to the access to 5G spectrum. I will later talk in more details about the policy reforms, but I would say that the most important policy reforms proposed there are related to streamlining permit granting procedures that we all know that represent one of the biggest hurdles from the operators, but not just in the Western Balkans, but also in the EU and in other parts of the world, because if EU doesn't have any problem with that, they wouldn't have this kind of toolbox. So they are also trying to learn from each other. So having these best practices are helping them to do all of this in a better way. So what we have done until now in terms of policy reforms. So RCC in this process is doing the monitoring, so we are following the implementation of the proposed policy reforms in all the economies. The document is prepared, and it is a living document that will be updated and with additional info. We yesterday had a meeting of this roaming group on a Western Balkan working group on roaming policy, and we got additional info on implementation of the policy reforms. But the first state of play, ministries and the regulators provided in the first quarter of this year. So I would really like to thank all our colleagues, and I would say friends from Western Balkan ministries and regulators for their really hard work on this. I'm personally, before RCC, I was working in a public administration in one of Western Balkan economies, so I really know what amount of work they have and what the challenges they are dealing with in their everyday work. So working also on this is not such small thing. End of 2020, we will have the final assessment. We call it final assessment for the first year of implementation of these policy reforms proposed. We have been covering, for example, transposition of the most important EU acquis from the area of electronic communications. So we are talking about the code, we are talking about cost reduction directive. Seems that all the economies will be in line with the deadlines that are proposed in the roadmap. So for cost reduction 2022, for code end of 2023, we all know that the code is really complicated, that having a new law needs time, but we hope that everything will be fine with all the economies. We are also following the creation of broadband plans in all the economies, establishment of broadband competence offices, what is going on in the area of 5G, and also, as I mentioned, maybe the most important reform proposed is streamlining permit granting procedures, how these procedures can be more simple, how the operators will develop and deploy their 5G networks if they have to wait for I don't know how much time for the permits. So when we are talking about the next steps, so we are really planning to have regular meetings, so not just regular joint meetings of our working groups on roaming policy. So for some time, not that we are talking just with the participants of this working group on roaming policy, but we have joint meetings. The colleagues from the region that are dealing with broadband and 5G also join this meeting, and we brainstorm together because we are at the same time talking about the reduction of roaming prices, but also policy reforms in these two areas, as I said, broadband and 5G. So the document prepared, this roadmap for lowering the roaming charges between the Western Balkans and the EU is considered as a basis for permanent consultations with all the stakeholders. One of the plans is to establish a so-called advisory and coordination group that would support process of consultation on the roadmap. So we intend to invite, of course, to have their representatives from the Western Balkans, ministries and the regulators, as there are responsible institutions for this field. EC will be there, of course, BEREC, and of course, Western Balkan and EU mobile operators. How the mobile operators will be represented in this group is still a question, because you all know that there are about almost 100 mobile operators, I would say, in EU and the Western Balkans. So this group is also should be facilitated by the IRC. We all know that there are many challenges in the implementation of the roadmap. First, it is not legally binding, so it's not that easy as it was, and it was again not easy even if we had a regional roaming agreement. So we all know that the regulators had so much work to do, but at the end, when you're traveling through the region, everything works perfectly. In fact, another challenge is that there are really many stakeholders involved, and we need to have similar readiness and similar attention for this roadmap and for the implementation for the reduction of roaming charges, but also on the other hand for the implementation of the policy reforms. Then there are other factors. You all know war in Ukraine brought that many mobile operators, even from the region, not just from the EU, decrease the prices, or they are giving SIM cards, or there are special prices for using SIM card in Ukraine. Then there are also different models, different business models of the operators, and many other factors. Maybe most challenging part of the roadmap is the glide path implementation, but I will leave that part to Marian. So Marian, please. I will take the role of the moderator, so the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Milena. I will change the role now for a few minutes. The next part is our prices. Sorry. The next part are prices, but I will not speak about the reading of the prices, but to read each price, you can see them. Just to speak about the whole process. Of course, this process was initially as a result of the work that we do previously with regional roaming agreement, which flavors we are experiencing in our day-to-day, everyday life, traveling through Western Balkan countries. So now we wanted to move forward, as Milena said, to make efforts to get a price reduction with European Union member state and Western Balkan economies. So if we are having, we have here all of the services included, voice, SMS, and data. In initial proposition was MTRs included, mobile termination rates, but as we had a few meetings with the operators and we received a request from them to remove the MTR, and because of the whole process is on a voluntary basis, on together mutual understanding and work to achieve this, we slightly changed the glide path. But we can say now that with these prices on the wholesale part, and especially on the retail part, you can see here that now we have between 1.2 euros and 1.7 euros for traveling abroad within any European Union member states. Retail price for voice, for example. With this glide path that we agreed between all Western Balkan economies, we want to decrease the price up to half a euro, which is around 32, 31 Macedonian dinars. And again, for SMS and for the data, it is a significant decreasement. So the glide path, as it is written, starting from 2023 and up to 2027, should be close to the prices which we now have in the regional roaming agreement. So I will leave the floor now if you have any questions for Milena or me. Dragan?
Сега окей. Благодарам, Драган Чапуиновски од А1 Македонија. Овој договор за роуминг цените во Западен Балкан потекнуваат пред неколку години веќе. Ние оваа година се соочуваме со сериозна инфлација во целиот регион. Нормално Македонија не е имуна на таа инфлација, па би сакал да ве прашам дали таквата инфлација имате предвид во моделот и уште повеќе во најавата за вака уште по-радикални намалувања на тие цени.
Се разбира, инфлацијата е реалност и ја осеќаме и ја гледаме сите. Овој модел е транспарентен 2 години веќе наназад. Самиот модел
Извини, 2 години е имплементиран, а
не е имплементиран. Не, треба да почне имплементацијата, меѓутоа почнати се само делот на исполнување на полиси реформите и се ставени да однапред, затоа што целиот процес е така замислен да операторите возвратат на она што државите во делот на легислативата и олеснување на околностите, сето она што го викаме policy reforms, го се прави. So the model does not take, because it is already published, does not take the latest changes in the inflation, but we will have meetings in the following period. I believe yesterday we've mentioned in June, and we can discuss about this. But the prices at the moment are as they are in the roadmap, and they are defined and agreed between all the economies. Every remark that you have, we can discuss. You can send us in written, and we can discuss on our mutual meeting that will follow. Many, not one, but it will be a few meetings that will follow by the end of this year, so we can be prepared for the 2023.
Okay, that's my point, because such an increase in inflation and in other environmental impacts, such as the electricity and so on, must be calculated in this model, and the prices cannot stay the same as they were calculated before.
Well, as Marian said, we are planning to have a meeting before the summer break, so we will invite mobile operators, and as always, you will present your opinion on what is in there in the document. As I said in the presentation, not that there are no challenges. This is a very challenging process, and we all know that. And also, policy reforms are there for the governments to do from their side what they can do. So the business environment and all the environment in which the operators are working is really better and improved.
Just to do a small thing, because we are speaking about the decreasing of the prices, does not mean that we now, with this high price that we have, around 2 euros per minute for retail, for voice, that the inflation is enough proof to thinking about some increasement again. Because if operators think like that, that is, by me, a very wrong way of thinking about doing business. But we'll have time to discuss. Is there any question? Any other question? Okay. Thank you, Milena.
Thank you very much.
I propose to move to the agenda. To move on the next presentation, I invite Mr. Vladimir Istevski from operator A1 Macedonia to take the floor.
Благодарам, Мариан. Тендуар зотрия кику, фалимендерит пертесен. Thank you, everybody, for, especially Agency for Electronic Communication, for inviting me here. It is quite unusual for me to be from this side of the presenting table, from the side of the operator, as I was working in regulatory authority for many, many years. Back again to my presentation. As people who know me know very well that I'm quite fond of the history, and I like to tell stories. I will try to tell an ancient story of regulation and telecommunication throughout the Europe, but with the focus in West Balkan. I hope I will not bother you too much. As all good stories begins with some disruption, like Big Bang, for example. Luckily, this time we didn't start with singularity explosion, but we start with something else. Back in 2007, we had heavy disruption in our market with introduction of new devices and new applications who were developed by some other companies, not operators. And since 2007, we are marking the end of the golden age of telecommunication and entering into the silver age. And we were quite living that silver age until recently. As we witnessed back in 2007, we saw heavy increase in revenues, in profits of some other companies like Netflix, Apple, and others, compared to the traditional telecom companies. Yes, it was evolution. We didn't do anything about that. We think that we could not do anything about that. In the same time, luckily, also regulation changed. From 2002, the old age regulation from the golden ages of telecommunication changed, and in 2009 we had new telecom regulation throughout Europe and also in Macedonia as well. What happened 5 years later? We saw that WhatsApp, Viber, and other application almost killed the SMSs and many of the traditional services provided by traditional ancient dinosaur operators. And also operators lose control of devices, and now devices become the ownership of the manufacturers of devices. They installed the applications inside and they started controlling them and started controlling the customers, which operators traditionally consider them as ownership, which was in the golden ages. On the other side, European Commission introduced open internet regulation following the US as a leader in this market, and even forced back up those companies which recently entered into the traditionally telecom market. We saw big expansion of applications, and in opposite, we saw quite decline in the standard and traditional telecom services. As you can see from the chart, SMSs were completely lost. 5 years later, still everybody, regulators and operators, were thinking on the old way. We thought at that time that dumb pipe is the worst scenario for us. We were wrong again. We thought that the business will remain locally. We will control the business. And the biggest mistake was that we thought that the customers are ours, that we control the customers, that we have access and we have agreements with them. And then we thought that without our control, even the heavy, very powerful companies like Apple or other companies cannot have quite control over them, we are controlling them. And in the same time, we saw that Uber, other companies, Airbnb is an example, didn't have any network, didn't have any facilities, they didn't have any infrastructure. Uber doesn't have any taxi, doesn't have any car. And still, they are controlling the customers. We thought that with our network, we will control the customers. Again, wrong. And guys from the other side, which already become our partners in the market, and we introduce them and welcome them, introduced eSIM, which is okay. It's a good technology. It creates freedom of the customers to choose whatever he likes, of course. But on the other side, they just did it with us what the Uber did it with the taxi drivers. Now the customers can buy devices with eSIM card and just choose whatever network they want to be on it and use it. Little bit later, in 2019, still we had opportunities. We still thought that, yeah, there is a chance for us. We can introduce new businesses, insurtech, fintech, e-banking, whatever. We were quite still trying to find the new business model within our silver age of telecommunication, facing that this is not quite promising and this is not really happening on the market. And we saw that the traditional connectivity companies are completely and constantly declining in the revenues. And instead of declining, the other companies like platform owners and application owners were heavily gaining the revenues and the profits from the markets. Little bit later, it was clear to everybody that those three markets are existing and merging together: markets of devices, markets of services and content or platforms or whatever, and connectivity. And we as operators were thinking, let's go into their markets. Let's create some application. Maybe we will do some finance. We can do some e-banking. We can do some parking, whatever application. And we thought that we can enter into their market. But the reality was quite opposite. The other companies entered into the traditional telecom market. Samsung, Apple, Amazon, they don't just enter into the service and content market, they entered into the connectivity. They are quite clever. We are clever as well, but as history says, not so clever, obviously. What happened in 2020 is even more, it was even more profounding. We faced COVID-19. Europe was in heavy investment in 5G. We were starting introducing 5G here in West Balkans. I hope that we will close very soon, which is good thing. But what happened with COVID-19? Everybody were expecting that, yes, with closing the borders, with closing the workplaces, everybody will go to their homes and they will start using the telecom services, they will start using internet, they will start whatever we were expecting. And we faced that previously buzzwords like digitalization, digital transformation, digital society already started to be reality. We lived through that. But instead of gaining and creating the better conditions for operators, we just lost control over it. We started to maintain the networks. We started to cope up with the traffic. We started to cope up with investment in networks and traffic. And we forget about the value chain, which belongs to the other companies, not us. The value chain was whoever is providing the platform for whatever the customers are needing. The customers were needing communication. They were start using Teams, Zoom, whatever. They started to use cloud services and other things. which we were not ready at that time, at least. In the same time, I think that, I hope that the European Commission realized the importance of those markets and started with DMA and DSA regulation, which I hope it will give some opportunities for development and investments and innovation in the market of telecommunication and ICT in general, and that this will prove to be the right way of doing the things and the right way of regulation. What marked the COVID-19 situation on the telecom ICT world was artificial intelligence started to be quite famous word in our network, in our market, and from buzzword it became reality. What happened next? Apple introduced a new scheme, new plan. They said, okay, we will provide the device and you can pay in rates for device and you will get also subscription for those devices. So it means completely deleting us as a factor on the market, and just customers would have to go to the Apple shop, buy some devices from them, some Apple 13, 14, whatever, and then automatically they are already choosing who will be their connectivity provider. It is not very happy for us. In 2022, this is maybe now present, but from the presentation view, it's quite past. We faced not just losing the SMSs as a traditional service. In 2022, operators lost voice connections, voice calls. Everybody started using other application. They started using FaceTime, Skype, WhatsApp. This is reality already. We already know that. It happened. So this is another gain for other companies and loss for the operators and for the telecom business in general. In 2023, the last resort, the last standing point of the operators was data. We still monetize the data, and we were quite happy about it, that we are monetizing, but we introduced ourselves flat rate, providing the customers with connectivity for some subscription with flat rate, and then suddenly data become commodities. Suddenly data was, you get it like water, for example, or electricity or whatever. You just pay for some monthly fee and you get it. You can get it what you want. Yes, this increased the usage, this increased the data traffic, which somebody had to pay to build up the networks, to build up the capacity. And then operators didn't realize how to monetize this. With the flat rate, we just cut the value chain from data, and data become the connectivity. In 2024, our other part of the business, which is content, was quite heavy. We faced the heavy fight on this market. Pay TV customers throughout the world started to go from the operator to the application and platform companies. We saw that many customers already switch out the TV subscription from the operators and started using Netflix, whatever, Disney, Fox, or whatever application they wanted. This is again how the heavy companies from now already our market are gaining, and we are not realizing what we are losing. In 2026, we faced a new generation of mobile networks. We thought that, yes, with 5G we had a chance. Now with 6G we have a chance again to gain something, to monetize investment, to build up the even faster and even more quality network, and in that way we will regain the market lead, and this was only hope. We again were faced with heavy investment in 6G networks, of course not in 2026 only, but in the next years, which again with the entrance on the market of virtual worlds became another play game on the market. Now the platform owners were completely dominant on this market. We were just connectivity. 2029, which is now, what we have achieved. Previously, regulators were trying to provide some liberalized connectivity market, and we had some situation that you had several competitors, several market players, which were having customers, an agreement with them, and then this model was operating quite well for some time. In the meantime, we again achieved monopolizing of the market from the service providers, from the platforms, and then customers go to the service providers, and service providers started going to the MNOs and other operators, asking for some connectivity, like Apple, like other companies. I expect Samsung very soon to do the same thing. And this marked the start of the age of wholesale. So the wholesale became the business on the connectivity market. Operators were trying to have better agreements with service providers in order to survive. And this created monopoly of the service providers. On the network level, we were trying just to survive and monetize somehow our already old networks and some new 6G networks or whatever. What we can see that will happen until the end of this year, maybe if we create somehow, it is wholesale, of course, connectivity marketplace. At least with our connections with service providers, we can arrange some agreements which will be beneficial for us and for the service providers. This is the reality now. What are the conclusions maybe, or some discussion about this? Yes, evolution is happening. We will evolve from the golden age to the silver to the bronze, and maybe no age for telecom companies. But the question is, can we do something? Maybe. Do we want to do something? Again, maybe. Maybe just evolution will happen. Yes, everybody are changing. We are changing. We are becoming from telecom operators, some ICT operators, digital operators, whatever. Some of us with better knowledge, with better investments and innovation, will survive on the market. Maybe we will do something. Some of us will disappear, but this is normal. The main goal maybe from the perspective of the state, of the governments, of the regulators is how to provide again services for the customers, again services for the businesses, and again services for the country. Secure, as we already said, and affordable, as we already said. But how to regain, I can say, and sustain innovation and investments on the market. This is the main goal of the regulators. Maybe somebody else has something to ask or to discuss about this.
Thank you for very interesting first slide. In the day 2029, did you predict something? The first slide. If something with dinosaurs will happen, then not bother with the inflation or roaming or these issues. Is there any questions from the audience? Thank you very much. Now, our next presenter, Mr. Blagoje Christov from Makedonski Telekom.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear regulators, policymakers, and fellow business representatives. I will try to tackle a niche part of the dilemmas of Vlade and dilemmas that are arising in front of the telecoms. This is reinventing the wheel for telecoms. Back 10 years ago, we have a dilemma for level playing field. At that time, free community asked that net neutrality is the key for free internet, and we lost the battle. But now the same question is raising again, and I think that it's very opportunistic to address it again. The presentation working title is OTT Fair Share. This is the new paradigm and new dilemma for telcos. And actually the essence is, should big traffic originators contribute to the network cost? And eventually how? We are sure that they should. So, that's good. Okay. I will try to share some facts and figures, actually bare facts. Internet companies are thriving. You see the numbers, market cap in billion, I don't even know how to pronounce it, of euros, Google, Amazon, and this small bars are EU biggest telco operators, even not comparable. It's sad, but we have to consider that they are not paying the price. They are not paying for the fair share, essentially to our network, usage of our network. They are riding on our networks. In past we said that they are parasiting, now they are trying to be partners, but without paying the fees for using the highway, at least for some small fees for maintenance of these highways. Other way, whole, and there will be no commitment from one place to another. Figures, more than 70% of internet traffic, video streaming, social media, and gaming. Especially we face with this during the pandemics. Quadruple the time was multiplying the amount of internet peering needed, especially for Macedonia. I'm not speaking about the others. For a period of 2 to 4 weeks, I think. And we have to double, triple, and quadruple capacities to the global internet. And most of this was thanks to the other side. Thank Facebook, Apple, Google, and Netflix, especially when it's in HD. Sorry. More than 50% of the traffic of European telco network, this is from the study, is coming from 4 global companies, FANG, as I mentioned. And there is no bargaining power in this story. Network operators are not in the similar position. As I mentioned, there is no level playing field for discussion. We are present on the market, regulated, ex ante and ex post, paying all the fees, building everything, including towers. But the companies that are actually gaining the profit, they are not present here. They are not paying anything. Not nationally here in Macedonia, but also in the region. So, having in mind the facts, the proposal of the telco operators is that new legislation is required. This is one of the measures that could be the potential solution in order not to lose the telco from the map. Because someone has to do the dirty job, build a network, invest heavily, and maintain such network, even as a pipes. So we are looking for a fair share cost, fair share of the cost, because we want to build modern infrastructure, both fiber and wireless. 5G is new buzzword, but we need to gain some profit from that, at least in some period of time. These are the figures speaking itself in petabytes. This is one left is mobile data, exponentially. The second one is 2010 to 2022. Rapid increase. Also fixed data traffic. In parallel, Dragan addressed only inflation and cost of electricity, etc. We are facing with the disproportion, how to cover the cost and to gain something. We mentioned that maybe potential is IP wholesale in order to somehow to balance the gap between the growing traffic and declining revenues at the same time. Several ideas. Large tech platforms, OTTs, are heavily monetizing. Something that they invent, for sure. They are now the shining star. But at the end, someone needs to invest. Telcos need to invest. And need to invest heavily. In Macedonian condition, around 30 million per each operator, speaking bigger operator, per year. It's a significant number. No one is spending such amount of money. And at the end, we need to satisfy our users. They are looking for good experience, quality networks. They are looking for something that is latest technology trend. Speaking both achieving goals for gigabit society and also introducing 5G in reality and in full capacity. But as I mentioned, no content provider pays appropriate fees. They even pay the fees. They didn't even pay the fees to the telco operator. So fees compared to our cost, uncomparable. So there is a pressure from the tech companies to continue status quo. This is favorable for them. They are capitalizing their ideas. They are monetizing their ideas. Traffic is growing. What are we doing? We are looking for only fair contribution from the other side, from the tech company, from the second pillar. I could not agree with Vladimir. They are not part of our market. They are not notified. They are not present here. If they are present, then we could discuss. And we could exchange arguments, pros and cons, why and why not. We think that there is a strong need to be at least somehow regulated. Sorry. I will share what's going on in Brussels these days. There are some studies. One is by Frontier Economics, trying to find the relevant figures. What is this fair share that should be covered by the OTTs? And this survey is saying that traffic-driven network cost is around 40 billion euros across Europe, based on LRIC plus methodology. On average, 40 to 47 euros per customer for wireline, and also 43 to 46 euros in mobile. These are the costs that we are addressing, that someone should find a way how to spill from one market players, a group of market players to another group of market players in order to have balance and proper development of the market. Second is Exxon, European Internet ecosystem, the same consideration. Either Europe should find a way how to improve this way of regulation, or we are slowly dying as a dinosaurs, as Vladimir mentioned, but we are trying to adopt. It's very hard. It's very hard when you... Okay. What's going on around the globe? USA is our motivator, and they are rethinking the way how to approach this issue. There are certain actions how to, let's say, to pursue the OTTs that they should pay the fair price. South Korea, which is the leader in the connectivity and in the achieving high speed and average speed, etc., there is a legal dispute, not dispute, but argumentation between the two sides. From one side, Netflix is saying they don't need to pay because there is network neutrality, as I mentioned. This is old paradigm of internet ecosystem. But South Korean Broadband Association is saying that there is need. Otherwise, there will be no development and investment in the network. What's going on in Europe? First, we start with the Digital Markets Act in order to secure the competition in the digital economy, but actually with this act we didn't address the fair share issue. But slowly but surely, ETNO, European Telecommunication Network Operators, prepare a joint statement. We actually on a daily basis discussing this issue, and they address European Commission that there is a need for regulation. And latest statement is intent of the European Commission to regulate this issue. Now the question is when and to which extent to regulate. But they are sure that they should make a fair and proportional contribution of the cost of public goods, services, and infrastructures. I think that we will reach the same consensus at the end of the presentation because we are sharing only facts, bare facts. Oops, sorry. Oops. There are two possibilities. One is from the side of OTTs to remain the status quo. Of course, unregulated markets from them, they are not perceived as a part of the market, but they are gaining the income and profit from the market. They leverage their market power, even trying to enter on the field of connectivity, but without doing dirty job, without investing in the network, maintaining the network, and being customer frontline to the customers. We are somewhere in the middle. Target of the telco operators is new regulation for a fair contribution from internet companies. And at the same way, I think that the state, solely and the EU, should address this issue because this is also tax issue. Huge taxes could be gained here. You are using Netflix without VAT, paying directly. What about the contribution, social responsibility, contribution to the national economy? Questions. Favorable model for us is this old paradigm in USA, sending party pays instead of calling party pays, and with, for sure, possibility for commercial discussion in order not to put in the dedicated framework, but with the possibility for the intervention from the state regulators. So we hope that this will solve the problem. Oops. Okay. Callen is exercising the same issue. They thought that European Commission to further look in big tech companies' contribution to network cost. Also, European Commission is declaring the same. They are committing to develop adequate framework so that the market actors benefiting from digital transformation, otherwise there is no digital transformation. And they should make fair and proportionate contribution of cost of public goods, services and infrastructure as we mentioned in previous slides. And also on MLEX summit, EU official says the same story. Yesterday there was second MLEX ETNO summit, they reaffirmed the same story. No opponents. European Commission is strongly aware about the happenings and they need to react. And we expect their reaction as soon as possible. Otherwise, distortion will continue, will decrease or, let's say, keep the investment on a low level. Problems with the maintenance of the network. They will free ride on our networks and the story will continue, but somehow will, at the end, go under bankruptcy because there is no potential if there is no profit. Takeaways. Why this is happening? If there is no economic price signal, if there is no discussion for some fair usage, fair share, the resources will continue to be overused and the trends will continue to rise exponentially. What to address traffic that is continuing to rise, and currently this rise of the traffic is exponential, both on fixed and mobile networks. How we should do it in this auditorium? I think that these topics need to be appropriately addressed, especially in the Western Balkan 6 region, because I already mentioned the figures. I already mentioned the lessons learned from the pandemics. We manage as a telco industry, as a connectivity players on the market, to maintain our network safe and secure during the pandemic, to have enough capacities and to provide the continuation of the work and living, work in the special conditions, even in the remote areas, even with significant investment and costs from our side. So now we are looking for some gain at the end, for some balance, for some level playing field, at least for some fair share. Let's start discussion. Should we have any questions, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Blagoy. Is there any questions from the audience? Yes.
Instead of questions, I'd rather, as an operator, as a representative of an operator, I'd rather hear position of the agency regarding these issues.
Yes, absolutely. But as a good host, I firstly wanted to give an opinion to you for having a question. Of course, OTT fair share is a fair question at the end of the day. Now, I recall there was an assessment last month, I believe, and an ongoing conversation within BEREC about this. And it was strongly opposed but by Netflix and other companies. Absolutely, the European Commission is thinking, and BEREC is giving their support to have certain regulation, to have something. But I want to just raise a question between all of us here, but especially for Blagoy. Apart from the governments, do you think, because at the end of the day, as a companies, telco operators, as you were speaking and Vladimir in his presentation, and these other service providers like Amazon, Netflix, Google, etc., do you think, apart from the governments, is any help or mutual help that you can achieve between us will somehow not maybe resolve completely, but isn't this fight which is ongoing about this revenue-driven,
Yes. To be honest, I'm very sad because Europe is heavily lagging behind, especially in the telco business. We have operation as Deutsche Telekom in USA. In USA, on the 400 billion inhabitants, consumers, we have 3 operators, 1 regulator. In Europe, we have on the same, more or less, population and customer base potential, we have 300 MNOs, more than 30 regulators. Scaling, capacities, potential, investment. One issue. Second issue, the difference of regulation. We are still heavily regulated. We are discussing about decreasing the potential incomes and profits of the telcos. Speaking from the roaming, speaking from something else. On the other side, these free riders, they are present globally and they are monetizing heavily. No one is controlling this. There is ongoing case, someone is asked for reimbursement from Facebook, they could not even file the complaint because they are headquarters in somewhere, in Ireland, I don't know, and it's very complex. France tried to introduce these special taxes, problematic. I don't know, there are several cases. At the beginning, this was a good story that we are enabling latest technological trends. But I remember back in 2007, 2008, when Netflix first entered into Danish market, over the night the capacity of the network was totally jammed. You know, there was a tremendous increase of the usage. And without state intervention, without intervention from the regulators and both policymakers, it's very hard to have the discussion. There is a disbalance. They are too big, we are too small. You know, when you have capitalization of 20 biggest German companies compared to this telco bubble, OTT bubble, platform bubble from USA, it's not comparable. We are not speaking about the reality, we are speaking about something that is too virtual, too imbalanced. And therefore, when there is a lack of invisible market hand, there is a need for state intervention in some sort, clever state intervention. This is my feeling.
Okay, thank you very much, Blagoj. Now I propose to move. I want to invite now our final speaker for the first session, Mr. Alexander Mandic from Ratal, to give us an overview of the Serbian electronic communication market. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Marian, for introduction. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here at this conference. I will try to briefly, as we already have broken the time for this session, to give you the overview of the electronic communication services in the Republic of Serbia. For the beginning, you can see on the slides some, let's say, graphs with the revenues for the last 5 years in revenues and investments in electronics communication in the Serbia. It can be seen that it is inclining trend line of the revenues from 1.58 billion euro in 2017 up to projected 1.87 billion in 2021. You will see during the presentation on a few slides that there is stated it's a projection. It's because we haven't collected yet all the mostly financial data from the operators. They're still delivering them. Regarding the investments, as you can see in the 2020, due to COVID pandemics, we had this, let's say, drop down with investments, but we are expecting this line to continue to grow in this year. When it comes to the share of the revenues in the Serbian GDP, you can see that for the last 4 to 5 years it's quite stable. It's from 3.8 to 3.9%. When it comes to the services that electronic communication services in the Republic of Serbia, the share of the structure of the revenues it can be seen on this slide. You can see that the revenues from the mobile network are the biggest one, about 60%. the fixed broadband is following with 13, then it's media content distribution with 12, and revenues from the fixed telephony network, which is 11. In terms of the market share of the 5-year period, you can see it's, let's say, quite stable, about 60%. And the revenues from the mobile network services are inclining from 0.92 billion in 2017 up to 1.14 billion in 2021, and the average growth per year is about 5.5%. The colleagues had a presentation before me from the operators were also commenting the growth of the traffic that comes to the mobile network. So here you can see also that the minutes made in a mobile network in the Republic of Serbia are increasing year to year. And also the data traffic in, let's say, all types of mobile networks. When it comes to the revenues from fixed telephony network services, they are expectedly, let's say, falling down. We don't have the projection, the actual number for the 2021, but the projected number, it's around 11%. Sorry. Can you help me with this? I can't unmove the slide. At the end of the 2021, in the Republic of Serbia, there were registered 24 operators for the PSTN services. The number of the subscribers continued to slightly decrease, which is obviously expected. Does it work now? Yeah. Thank you. It will mount about 2.4 million in 2021. What we have seen during our, let's say, market research every year that we do, that this number of fixed network subscribers is declining, but not as much as you would expect. Still, there are many of them. Also, when it comes to the fixed broadband services, the access to the internet, let's say every year we have a bit bigger revenue, and the share it's let's say quite stable. It's between 12 and 30% in total, as you can see on the slide. At this slide, you can see some figures. I will not read them, but it's figures from 2015 up to 2021 of the number of subscribers in thousands, depending on the technology used. Obviously, the DSL, which was at the time the top notch, it has this less and less users every year. in the Republic of Serbia, the users are mostly switching from the DSL access to the cable and to the fiber to the home networks, as it can be seen here. The wireless access, it's, let's say, quite stable and is used mostly in the rural areas where we don't have any let's say, better type of a connection. Here you can see the figures from 2021. Let's say the exact one, this is not a projection. In accordance with the data delivered by the operators, the, let's say, biggest percentage of the users is in a cable network. It's almost 45%. It's almost 30% is in DSL and almost 20% it's in the fiber. Interesting to say that in Republic of Serbia, almost the whole DSL access, as everywhere, is held by the incumbent. Also, about 80% of the fiber to the home users is also held by the incumbent operator, and some percentage of the cable users is also now, due to some acquisitions of smaller operators, a part of the cable users are also the users of the incumbent operator in the Republic of Serbia. When it comes to the media content distribution, its share in revenues, it's, let's say, quite stable. Last 3 years, it's about 12%. Here you can see also, let's say, the same type of the graph as the last one, but in means of the media content distribution, the division of the number of users or subscribers dependable on the technology. So the most of them is in a cable TV, then it's IPTV and the satellite, and the others are, let's say, smaller. And here is a share of the media content distribution in percents by type of the network. So you can see it's 55% in cable, IPTV in 26, satellite in, let's say, 15 or so. This part of the presentation was about the, let's say, market overview. I will just give you some brief information about the market analysis that we are conducting at the moment in the Republic of Serbia. So the agency had started the, let's say, a round of the analysis of relevant markets. It has been done in the accordance with a decision of on designating relevant markets susceptible to ex-ante regulation, which has been adopted by the managing board of the regulatory agency. This decision is in line with the national law on electronic communications and the recommendation on the relevant product markets from the EU from 2014. The markets which are susceptible to ex-ante regulation in Serbia are these, let's say, well-known 4 markets. So it's call termination in fixed networks, call termination in mobile networks, wholesale local access at fixed location, and wholesale central access for mass market products. Regarding the findings of the analysis on the markets M1, M2, so the call termination in fixed and mobile networks, the results can be seen at the slide. So there we have 24 operators present in the fixed telephony market and 5 operators in total at the mobile, of which 3 of them are mobile network operators, and we have 2 virtual operators as well. These analyses have been conducted from July to September 2021. and all the operators on the fixed and the mobile network have been designated as SMP operators on the relevant market. The results are kind of same with the one which have been given by the previous analysis from 2018. And this decision is based on the fact that every operator on the telephony market has, let's say, 100% share in its own network in the Republic of Serbia, of course. Here you can see the obligations that have been imposed to the operators on the markets 1 and 2. So for all fixed and mobile operators, it's imposed the obligation of publication of relevant data, mostly the reference offers, as you know. Also, it's non-discriminatory actions. The accounting separation is imposed only to two largest fixed operators in Serbia. Provision of access to the part of the network is imposed to all fixed and mobile operators, and the cost-based accounting only to two largest fixed and to all mobile operators. When it comes to the analysis of local access and the central access, these analyses are still ongoing. The 3A market, it's, let's say, more close to the end. So the conclusions of this analysis are mostly the same as the previous one. So we will preferably have only the incumbent operator who will be the SMP operator at this market. And the obligations which will be imposed to the SMP are the publication of relevant data, non-discriminatory actions, accounting separation, provision of access, price control, and cost-based accounting. When it comes to the wholesale central access market, this analysis is still ongoing, so we do not have any, let's say, results yet, the final ones. Currently, in the Republic of Serbia enforces the joint SMP decision from 2019, which involves two largest operators, incumbent and one biggest cable operator. Regarding the pricing, agency is using this cost accounting principle in accordance with the rule book on the application of this principle, which is adopted in June in 2021. Also, in the meantime, agency has developed the LRIC model. At the end of the last year, this model is not being used yet. We have this in perspective. So this rule book, let's say, empowers agency to apply the RIC model and to determine the cost-effective prices of regulated services. The LRIC models that have been used for the price calculation in accordance with the rulebook are pure LRIC, which is used for call termination in fixed and mobile networks, and the LRIC Plus, which is used for wholesale local access and wholesale central access markets. At this slide, you can see, let's say, something with what is ahead with the things that we will do within the agency. So these are the termination rates which are being at the moment used in the Republic of Serbia, the upper scale on the fixed and the mobile market, and the lower ones are the EU average. So agency will in the next period try to let's say put these prices a bit down to try to be closer to the EU average. I think that we have no more slides. Thank you. So if any questions, of course.
Thank you, Alexander. Does anyone have questions for Alexander? Hungry already? Yes. Okay, thank you. Before closing our first morning session, I want to thank all the presenters for their great presentations, and I want to thank all participants for having good questions raised. And of course, not every question can be answered just in one conference, but the questions raised, the challenges that we need to meet in the future remains to be discussed between us, between agencies, between operators in the future. So with this, I'm closing the first session, and I want to invite you all on the ground floor in the restaurant, all for having a lunch. And we are getting back at 20 minutes past 2 o'clock to be here. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. Предвойната 2001.
Okay, good afternoon. We are going on according to the agenda with the second session for 5G. It's always very heavy to go on after the lunch and on the nice weather outside, but we have to do our work. So in this session, the presenters here are going to speak about the technology, even more towards 6G. What is the status of 5G auction in Macedonia? Some measurements regarding 5G. Ratel will present their solution for non-ionizing measurements. 5G status in Montenegro, and for the last presentation will be spectrum monitoring beyond 5G. The first presentation, the first presenter for the first presentation will be Professor Dr. Wenceslav Kafedzinski from the FATE. Professor, thanks.
No. Hello to everyone. I will be talking today about 5G technologies, but with an emphasis on 6G, or the road towards 6G, like 5G advanced or evolution of 5G. Okay. 3GPP standardization timeline. I don't know if you can see clearly. So it started in 1999, and then we had many releases. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It started with R99 in 1999. Then we had 3G, 4G, 5G releases. And right now we are in this 5G field, starting with release 15, then continuing with release 16 and 17, which is the current one, and the future releases which will follow are 17 towards the 6G, which is predicted to come in around 2030. 5G releases, here the emphasis is on releases 16, 17, 18, although 5G started with release 15, which is of course, ended in 2018, was frozen. In 2020, we had release 16, and currently the active release is release 17, and it's predicted that release 18 will follow sometime in 2022, at the end probably of 2022. Release 17 is predicted to end around summer, but it will probably be late, around the end of this year. Because this talk is about technologies, here is a survey of technologies in release 15, 16, and 17. There are many of them. I cannot go through all of them. Probably the presentation will be available soon, not today, but soon. So you can look through all these new technologies. They started in the release 15, of course. We had advanced channel coding, we had MIMO, we had scalable OFDM, flexible framework, etc. And all these technologies are developing in future releases, 16 and 17. I will emphasize the new releases in the following slides. Okay, here we have release 17 technologies detailed. So we have millimeter wave expansion. We have reduced capability devices, so-called NR Lite, which will be followed by reduced capability. Then we have device enhancements. Very active area is non-terrestrial networks, which combines actually the combination between terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks, which use drones, satellites, and high-altitude platforms, and then also topology expansion. Some of these technologies I will cover in the following slides. Here is the release 18 timeline. As I mentioned, already approval is passed, and it will start sometime at the end of 22 or 23, and it's predicted to freeze in 2024. So actually every 2 years we have a new release which is finished or frozen. Release 18 technologies. Again, there is here a survey of release 18 technologies. We have advanced MIMO, enhanced mobility. We have mobile IAB, evolved duplexing, or going towards full duplex. Then we have AI and ML, artificial intelligence and machine learning, which will be very important in 5G advanced or 5G evolution and the road towards 6G. Green networks, of course. And on the other side, we have devices and use cases. Of course, that's expanded reality, which includes virtual reality, augmented reality, X-reality. Then we have, as I mentioned, NTN, using drones and satellites. We have multicast, we have NR Lite, expanded positioning, and expanded sidelink. Key performance indicators. Here we have comparison between KPIs of 5G and 6G. In this image on the left, but also in the table on the right, in terms of the individual data rate, downlink data rate, U-plane latency, C-plane latency, mobility, spectral efficiency, and operating frequency. And maybe it's better to look at the image on the left to compare 5G and 6G, where we have considerable improvement in all these key performance indicators. Even more detailed, here we have also spectral efficiency, maximum bandwidth, area traffic capacity, connection density, energy efficiency, latency, reliability, jitter, and mobility. I don't know if you can see this because we have participants sitting here, but probably on the other screen. I cannot go through all of this because it will take probably 5 minutes, but there is considerable improvement in all these categories. First, I will talk about spectrum or frequency bands. So around 2010, we had sub 3 gigahertz and services like voice, MBB. Then around 2020, introducing millimeter waves, where we have URLLC and machine type communication, massive machine type communication. And it's predicted that 6G will use terahertz bandwidth, but also VLC or OWC, which I will talk later. That's optical wireless communication and visible light communication. But the emphasis will be in this presentation on the terahertz spectrum. So here we can compare the spectrum in 5G and 6G. 5G spectrum, as you can see, it's up to 100 gigahertz. And then 6G spectrum going higher than that, from 100 gigahertz towards the visible light spectrum. And terahertz is actually covering from 100 gigahertz to 10 terahertz bandwidth. And we have visible light above, it's far above that, from 400 terahertz to 800 terahertz. So these two actually new spectra will be used by 6G. Of course, all the other previous spectra will be used. So visible light spectrum and terahertz. Here we have a comparison of millimeter waves and terahertz and VLC technologies. Again, there are many parameters here, which I cannot go through all of them. So in terahertz and VLC, of course, propagation loss is high. VLC is good because its electromagnetic interference doesn't exist, as opposed to millimeter waves and terahertz. And then VLC needs to have line of sight propagation. Visible light communication is just part of a more general category of optical wireless communication. And visible light communication refers only to visible light, but also we have infrared and ultraviolet spectra, which are used in OWC. So the visible light communication is a frequency range from 430 to 570 terahertz. It has the highest potential, and as I said, it's how to say, electromagnetic interference doesn't exist, of course, but the range is pretty short, and the rates are not that high. But actually, recently, there have been experiments that provide almost 10 gigabits per second and bandwidth over 1 gigahertz. Actually, even more than 10 gigabits per second. Optical wireless communication is divided into several categories. One of them is visible light communication, then another is free space optics, FSO, which is used usually for point-to-point communication. And according to the range, It's divided in ultra short range communication, including wireless band, wireless PAN, medium range, including wireless LAN, then long range, that is the free space optics, FSO, for point-to-point interbuilding connections, and ultra long range, which is used for satellite, inter-satellite links and in-satellite constellation. I can skip this, okay, motivation, of course. There are many facets to the motivation for introducing 6G. Connection of everything, every person, every device, but also connected intelligence is very important. Main drivers here are new applications and new business, proliferation of intelligence, and sustainability and social responsibility. Here are the 6G key enabling technologies. So it's terahertz communication, holographic beamforming, cell-free massive MIMO, artificial intelligence, blockchain, quantum communication, edge intelligence, intelligent reflecting surfaces, new multiple access techniques, new coding techniques, and zero energy interface. I will cover now few of those. So I mentioned already terahertz communications. Maybe I don't need to repeat this. From 0.1 terahertz to 10 terahertz. Let's go to the next. Cell-free massive MIMO technology. So instead of having a cell with one base station, here we have distributed antennas, and which are connected actually to one processing unit. And the users are actually accessing some of those distributed antennas, and they all together form a MIMO system. Coverage is better and interference is reduced. These are two main points. Intelligent reflecting surfaces, IRS, they are called in many other names, RIS, IRS. So what is the point here? If we don't have line of sight connection between the transmitter and the receiver, we can use intelligent reflecting surface that can be positioned on some building, or that can be used even for indoor communication. It's actually made of an array of IRS elements, which are passive elements, and they are low power elements. They change the phases, and each of them can reflect the incoming wave. But they also adjust the phases such that they can do beamforming. And so they're low cost. They don't consume much energy, and they can provide connection when there is no line of sight. So better coverage again, less interference, and a low cost and very good solution. So this is very important area nowadays in the research towards 6G. New multiple access techniques, of course, this has been an area of study in 4G, 5G, and it's continuing in 6G. NOMA, we all know NOMA, that's a non-orthogonal multiple access as opposed to orthogonal multiple access. And there are many different techniques of NOMA. And one recently popular technique is the so-called rate splitting multiple access, RSMA NOMA. Here I will briefly talk about the 6G pillars. 6 fundamental technology pillars that will shape 6G are the following. network sensing, extreme connectivity, sustainability, native artificial intelligence, integrated non-terrestrial networks, and native trustworthiness, difficult word. Native AI, as I mentioned before, artificial intelligence is very important in future networks, both for optimizing and managing the network, so AI for network, but also AI as a service or network for AI. So both ways, it can help optimize and manage the network, but also AI is used as a service. Very popular is, as you probably know, mobile edge computing, distributed AI, federated learning, distributed learning, where actually the mobile, the user equipment is participating in the training by its own local data. So that's called federated learning, where actually they transmit just some information to the server and then get back the model. So update the model locally and then transmit the model to the server, all of them, and then the server updates the coefficients of the model and transmits back to the users. Network sensing. This is also a very popular area nowadays because communication devices can be used to sense the environment through scattering, through channel estimation, transmission, reflection, and scattering. And this is known as network as a sensor. But also, knowing the environment helps the communication. And this is known as sensing-assisted communication. And nowadays, actually, the most popular in this area is the so-called integrated sensing and communication, where we want to have one device that is doing both things, communicate and sense the environment. So instead of having, for instance, in the car, that's very attractive in the automobile industry, which of course uses radars nowadays to estimate the velocity, the position of the other cars and objects, and the angle of arrival, etc. But also the vehicle communicates with other vehicles, with the infrastructure, with pedestrians, etc. So instead of having two different devices, a radar and a communication device, here it's proposed to use a single device that's doing both functions. Network sensing, these are different scenarios for network sensing, networks as sensors. I will skip this, we don't have much time. Extreme connectivity, this is already covered in previous slides, but here it's just stated as a pillar tree. Actually, you can see in this image on the right side that these are the same variables or quantities as were in the KPI image. And again, the integrated non-terrestrial network. Here there are two nice images, pictures that show how we can use satellites. That's the highest altitude here, although these are mostly LEO, low Earth orbit satellites. Then HAP, high altitude platforms, but also drones nowadays, and they can communicate between themselves and with the terrestrial network. So this is also a very popular area of research nowadays. Native trustworthiness. Maybe it's best to look at this image on the left. where actually trustworthiness includes security, privacy, resilience, reliability, and safety. And the three main topics, the areas are security, privacy, and resilience. And also on the right, we have some different network architectures, and the one on the top, the multilateral trust model, is actually what is interesting nowadays. And here, distributed ledger technologies can be used, such as blockchain. Sustainability, so we want to have green and sustainable development. In 6G, we want to save energy, of course. Also, 6G and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This image on the left shows that 6G, with respect to UN SDGs, has to strengthen the world, empower the people, and sense the environment. And on the right also we have some aspects of this relationship. This is interesting image which shows use cases towards 6G. We all know the triangle of 5G. That's the MBB, URLLC, and MTC. But now, instead of that triangle, now we have like a pyramid where artificial intelligence is added on top as most important, and also sensing is included, as I discussed before, because communication network can sense the environment. And AI controls all of those different areas. Extended MBB plus or enhanced mobile broadband plus. So we want to have very high data rates for extended reality applications. And that is actually one of the goals of 6G. And the applications are in entertainment, education, manufacturing, and navigation. Then we have your LLC Plus. The applications are manufacturing, public service, autonomous driving, and household management. And massive machine type communication plus, again, where we will have a massive number of lightly connected devices with sporadic traffic used in smart cities, healthcare, buildings, transportation, manufacturing, and agriculture. And on top of that, sensing, but I already talked about sensing and AI, which I also mentioned a little bit. And just to end, I have a few slides which show paradigm shifts of future air interface design as well as network architecture, the following slide. Again, I don't want to go through all of these, but it's nice to compare these paradigm shifts of future air interface design and future network architecture design, or summary of paradigm shifts towards 6G. I can read just those: connectivity and sensing, AI as a service, public native and private native, technology-based trustworthiness, analytic plus data, AI, level 5 native OAM. Then we have networking and computing infrastructure and integrated terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks. And this is the final slide, expected timeline for future 6G standardization. Here we have from 2018 to 2030 the releases 16, 17, 18, but also WRC 19, 23, and 27. So in WRC 23, 6G spectrum will be discussed, and in 27, it will be allocated. I will finish here. Sorry if I took more time than allocated. Thank you for your attention.
So do you have any questions first? Oh, bravo, no questions. Maybe Vladimir in the previous session didn't take into account 6G for his presentation. Okay, thank you, Professor. Very nice presentations with a lot of information regarding 5G. But first we have to implement a real 5G here in Macedonia and in the region. So we can speak later in the next years about 6G. Right now, Jane Akimovski will present the current status of 5G auction in Macedonia, and he will share some information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I'm Jane Akimovski, Head of Radio Communication Department in the Agency for Electronic Communications. And today I will speak about our 5G auction. This is a short content of my presentation. First, I will speak about public consultation for 5G. Then about the 5G pioneer frequency bands. Then our first intention for publication of tender, government directions about our auction, the Commission for Protection of Competition, their opinion, then our second intention for publication of tender, and future activities which we plan. So the 5G story about frequency bands, we start in the 2020 when we ask the stakeholders about their opinion, how they want to divide the frequency bands, the amount of the money they are ready to pay, the criteria for synchronization and other questions. But on that public consultation, we received comments from at that time from Intracom Telecom, Neotel, Makedonski Telecom, A1 Macedonia, and EO. Summary of that public consultation was that there was no operator who is interested for all frequency bands, because on that public hearing we ask operators for using the 26 gigahertz band, for using 1500 megahertz band, and the operators proposed that licenses should have longer duration, 20 years, and all operators support synchronization of networks. And also there was calls from afraid citizens that we should not implement 5G because of some bad things to the human health. On this slide you can see the currently assigned frequency bands to the operators for providing electronic communication services. And in last year, we do the changes into our national frequency allocation table and the plan for use of the frequencies, and we allow operators to use 5G technology in the existing frequency bands. For the new bands, for 700 MHz band, the story began very long ago in 2015 when we participate in South Europe Digital Dividend Implementation Forum. And the goal was to free the frequency band 694 to 790 MHz and its allocation to the mobile service. We signed multilateral framework agreement between the members of the SEDIF group. Unfortunately, in this group, Albania didn't participate, but this year we do some efforts to conclude some agreement, and I think it will succeed also Albania to free the 700 MHz band. In the period 2018-2020, we had meetings with DVB-T operators which were using the 700 MHz band, prepared the migration plan, and that plan was executed, and in February 2020, the 700 MHz band was ready to use. About the 3.x GHz band, in March 2021, we have negotiations with the operator Neotel in order to move their assignment at the beginning of the band. We do it because they were in the middle of the frequency band, and we must use two guard bands, lower guard band and upper guard band, in order to have efficient use of the frequency spectrum. We move them at the beginning of the band and to have only one guard band between 5G technologies and 4G technologies. Also, on that way, we provide 3 continued frequency bands with 100 MHz wide, and also we propose the synchronization of the networks to be obligatory in order to avoid the interferences, and also to use the frame A from ECC recommendation 2003. About the 26 GHz band, we already have 1.8 GHz which is ready and can be used, but currently there is still not interest from the operators to use that band. And in June last year, we public intention for tender procedure, and we offer 2 times 30 MHz band in the 700 band, 300 MHz in 3.5 GHz band, and 800 MHz in 26 GHz band. During the public hearing that lasted until July 2021, 3 letters of interest were received from interested parties as follows: Bitstream Mobile, A1 Macedonia, and Makedonski Telekom. And then, according to our law, we must ask the government about the conditions and one-time fee for the granting the licenses. So government give us their directions that we should have strongest coverage obligations to finish the process till end of 2025. According to that, we adjusted our previously defined conditions to the government directions. Also, government decide to have a lower one-time fee without annual installments. We propose to have annual installments in 3 years, but government decide to have not to have the annual installments. So the one-time fee for the new operator was lower from 3 millions to 275 millions, and for the existing operators from 6 millions to 5.5 millions, and also in the 3.5 gigahertz band from 1.5 million to 1.25 million, and from 3 million to 2.5 million for the existing operators. Based on that, in November last year, we published a tender, and the time frame of the tender was 29 of December 2021, but on 17 of December, Commission for Protection of Competition informed TAETS that they have initiated a procedure regarding the benefits for entry of a new network operator. That was very strange, but because of that, we decided to terminate the whole procedure until the decision of the Commission for Protection of Competition. But the Commission for Protection of Competition submitted to AETS a conclusion for termination of the initiated procedure without any explanation regarding tender conditions and without making any assessment of the benefits for entry of new network operator. In April this year, we announced our second intention for tender, also for issuing the limited number of authorization. We offer again the pioneer frequency bands, 700, 3.x and 26 gigahertz bands, and the last the duration of this intention for tender was last Friday, and preliminary results of this is that only the 2 operators are interested, only the operator A1 and Makedonski Telekom sent letters for interest, only for the 700 megahertz band and 3.5 gigahertz band. And according to our law, now we don't have to publish a tender, so there will be no auction for granting the licenses. We will send the letter directly to the government. Government will decide about the one-time fee, and when the operators pay one-time fee, we will issue the licenses for 5G to the operators. So in our intention proposals, one-time fee now is 5.25 million euros, and for 3.x is 2.9 million euros. This one-time fee we adjusted in the meantime with the new census, because in the previous we calculated with 2 million citizens in Macedonia. Now, according to the census, there are 1.8 million. And also I added new countries that in meantime have the finish the licensing procedures. So again, we have the reservation for new operator, A1 and B1 licenses are reserved for new network operator, but unfortunately, now there is no interest from the new operator. Also, license duration, proposed license duration is 15 years plus 5 years. The implementation plan for 5G, according to National Operational Broadband Plan, the targets are the same. We will ask again the government, if government decide to have more stringent conditions, we will follow them. And these are the future activities. So we should ask the government for the consent about the one-time fee. In June, we are planning. The tender will not be. Also, the bidding will not happen. Also, the decision of results. So, frequency license, if we ask the government about the one-time fee in June, we hope so that in July or August we will issue the licenses to the operators. So that was my presentation. Thank you.
Do you have any question regarding this presentation? No question? One question.
Visar Halimi.
Just right. Just a moment.
Also, well, thank you. I am Visar Halimi from Markep of Kosovo, and this is a very interesting presentation for us because, and we are in the process, maybe, I think it's many countries here in the Balkans are in process of giving the frequencies in 5G. New things that happens in development countries is also a vertical license. Some part of frequency bands for 5G is reserved for local license and application in industry. And as I see in this presentation, I heard in the half part that 3.4 to 3.46 megahertz is divided for local, but does it mean that this is reserved for local application and application in industry, kind of some countries in Europe, Germany or Finland or something? And I also see in the presentation that you have a duration license 15 plus 5 years. What does it mean that 5 years? It's continue after after expiring the date of authorization, or that only reserved? What is the little explained? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Visar, for your questions. There are actually two questions. Regarding the first question about the local assignment of the 3.5 gigahertz band, for that reason, we have public consultation with operators and all interested parties. And one of the questions was, do you need the local licenses? And during that public consultation, there was no interest from the companies to use local licenses. And based on that, we decided to have only national licenses and national coverage. But again, we will have additional 20 megahertz as a reserve if some company decide to take the the license, but that we should prescribe in our frequency usage plans and to have the conditions how that licenses will be assigned to the not the operators, to the companies. For example, if Volkswagen or Audi decide to come in Macedonia to build some factories, so they can apply for a license. Regarding the second question, what was the second question? Yes, about the duration of the licenses. That is prescribed in the European Electronic Communication Code. And I hope so that in the very near future we will implement that directive from the European Union. And there is prescribed that the duration of the licenses should have 20 years. But again, our current law, according to our current law, operators can extend the duration of every license, and yes, without fee. And it means that they can instead they can extend the duration of the license lifetime without limits, according to our law. We send the letter to the ministry to change the law, and we will see what will happen.
Thank you, Jane. Some other questions, if somebody has?
Can you use this statement as official? Of course. Everything is recorded.
Which statement?
Ask Commission for Protection Competition. They will answer to you.
Till now, we are extending each license. You don't have problems till now, according to current law.
Okay, any other question? No question. Jane, thank you very much. Both presentations, previous presentations, were what will be in the future, what is current status with the services in Macedonia, mobile services. Will present Jonče Grozdanovski.
Okay, thank you, Igor. Hello to everybody. We will continue with the next presentation. This is actually two parts presentation, and in this presentation we are going to see the quality of the services delivered to the end user by the mobile operators, and we will see also the 5G status in Macedonia. 5G is already here. Is it? If all these questions we will answer during the presentation. Before we start assessing the quality of providing services by the mobile radio communication networks, we would like to look at the campaign itself, how it is organized, and some statistics about the measurement themselves. Once a year, in accordance with the rulebook of quality parameters, I conduct some measurement campaign to control the quality of service provided by the mobile operators. The rulebook defines the service quality parameters and their mandatory values, as well as the network coverage criteria. After the measurements are completed, a national report is prepared, and if any of the mandatory quality of parameters does not meet the criteria, then the mobile operator is obliged to take measures for improving it within a certain period of time in order to ensure quality in accordance with the policy of the agency. The measurement campaign started on 12th of October 2021 and ended on 3rd of May 2022. Over 6,000 kilometers have been driven, and 253 hours have been spent. The evaluation of the voice services is done on a sample more than 10,000 voice calls, and the data service on a sample more than 24,000 data sessions. The measurement campaign was conducted by Rode and Schwarz software and hardware solution for benchmarking for benchmark measurements. It was used 8 Samsung S9 mobile phones for voice and 2 Samsung S21 mobile phones for data. For network coverage, it was used a Rode Schwarz TSMW scanner. Let's start with the quality of service parameters. This slide shows the technology delivered by the mobile operators as well as the availability of network coverage. The left graph represents the signal level per technology detected by the scanner. The agency have defined a threshold for each technology. For GSM is minus 95 dBm, for UMTS minus 105 dBm, and for LTE is minus 110 dBm. There is a network coverage if the signal level of scanner is above the threshold. The bars here represent the percentage of scanner samples above the defined threshold per technology. For GSM, we have 99.8% of the values above the threshold for Ohrid Macedonia. This value for Makedonski Telekom is 100%. For UMTS technology, 98.6% is above the threshold. For Makedonski Telekom is 91.7%. For LTE, the percentage for Ohrid Macedonia is 96.5%, and for Makedonski Telekom 96%. The right graph actually describes the percentage of time the mobile phone detect network regardless of technology. So here we have a mandatory value. The mandatory value is 99.5%. Ohrid Macedonia has 99.96% and Makedonski Telekom 100%. According to the above, we can say that the both operators meet the requirement for network coverage. In the next slides, we are going to evaluate the voice service. The first parameter we are going to analyze is failure call rate. Failure code actually is defined as an attempt to call a valid number in the coverage area where neither the call is answered nor the calling party recognizes a busy tone or a ringtone. The mandatory value here is 2%, and we are seeing that Ohrid Macedonia has 0.5 call failure rate, while Makedonski Telekom have 2.3 call failure rate. Call failure rate of Makedonski Telekom is higher than the mandatory value, so the parameters does not meet the criteria. Next quality of service parameter is drop call rate. This parameter is a measure of voice service sustainability. Drop call is defined as a call that have already been successfully established and have already assigned a traffic channel, but it is terminated before being completed by the end user. Also here we have a mandatory value. Mandatory value is 2%. Ohrid Macedonia has 0.4 call drop rate, while Makedonski Telekom 0.2 call drop rate. Call drop rate of both mobile operators is quite below the threshold, so both mobile networks have quite good sustainability of their voice service. The next parameter, the next voice of service parameters are call setup and the voice quality. Call setup time is the time frame between user sends a connection request until the caller receives alerting message that the call has been established. Also here we have a mandatory value of 7 seconds, and Ohrid Macedonia have 4.21 seconds and Makedonski Telekom 3.94 seconds. These values are also quite below the thresholds, which provide fast accessibility to the voice service on both mobile networks. The voice quality is analyzed through MOS values according to ITUP 800, and MOS values ranges from 1 to 5. A higher value means better voice quality. Here, the voice quality of IRD Macedonia network is 4.51, and for Makedonski Telekom 4.27. The most values greater than 4 are considered as values that offer very good voice quality. So both mobile operators are delivered very good voice quality to their networks. According to the measurements, what we can say about the voice services? IRD Macedonia delivers the voice service according to the quality defined by the agency. Makedonski Telekom also delivered the voice service according to the quality defined by the agency, except the parameter called failure rate. Therefore, Makedonski Telekom will be obliged to improve this parameter according to mandatory value in order to be fully compliant with the defined quality of service. We are going to the next parameter. This is data throughput. The next quality of service parameter actually is data transfer speed throughput through radio communication network, regardless of technology. It is calculating by downloading 10 gigabyte file size through HTTP protocol, and the mandatory value in cities is 55 megabits per second. And here we see IRD Macedonia has 87.786 megabit per second, and Makedonski Telekom 78.289 megabit per second. At the bottom of the bars, it is shown the maximum data speed measured during the campaign. And for IRD Macedonia, we have maximum throughput of data session of 486 megabit per second, and the maximum speed of data session on the network of Makedonski Telekom is 263 megabit per second. I would like to stress here that IRD Macedonia has implemented 4 carrier aggregation, and Makedonski Telekom has 3 carrier aggregation. For the roads, the agency defined mandatory value of 38 megabit per second. IRD Macedonia has 69.438 megabits per second, while Makedonski Telekom has 59.654 megabits per second. So both mobile operators are compliant with the mandatory value defined by the agency. And the last slide in the first part of presentation. This is the percentage of the time the mobile measurements phones worked on individual technology. Here we can see that for IRD Macedonia, 99.3% of the time mobile phones worked on LTE. 0.58% worked on UMTS, and 0.09% of the time work on GSM technology. The situation is very the same as Makedonski Telekom. Makedonski Telekom for LTE, 98.94% of the time work on the LTE. 0.86 on UMTS technology, and 0.2% of time on GSM. So according to these results, we can say that both mobile operators deliver their services, voice and data, over the most advanced technology. LTE with carrier aggregation, so this is the main reason why they have good voice quality and high data speeds. This was the last slide on the first part of presentation. We will continue with the second part of the presentation about the current status of 5G in Macedonia. Lately, we have been watching many commercials about 5G, and literally everyone, liked it or not, is in the world of 5G. So the question is, what should we expect? Instead of answering the question, we are going to watch a short video. Let's see it. Stopped at about 1,400 megabit per second, and at the moment we do not know how it ended, but we will complete it at the end of the presentation with our expectation. So we are going to the next slide. Currently we have two mobile operators in Macedonia. They have radio frequency location in 4 radio frequency band, 8 megahertz, 900 megahertz, 1800 megahertz, and 2100 megahertz. The distribution of the radio frequencies between them is shown in the slide. In 800 megahertz radio frequency band, LTE is implemented by the both mobile operators. In the other radio frequency band, there is a combination of different implemented technology. In order to stimulate the competition, there are still 3 radio frequencies in this radio frequency band that are intended for a new mobile operator. On this slide is about scanner measurements. Compliance of radio frequency band with assigned radio frequencies is performed by scanner measurements, which identifies mobile operator and the used frequency. In the previous period, Makedonski Telekom has conducted a test of 5G technology in the 3.6 gigahertz radio frequency band. For this purpose, the agency issued a test license of 100 megahertz bandwidth from 3600 to 3700 megahertz. The expire date of the license was 21st of October 2020. And after that, Makedonski Telekom began with implementation of 5G. IRC Macedonia is still in testing phase of 5G in the radio frequency band from 3700 megahertz to 3800 megahertz. The expire date of the test license is September 21, 2020. At the beginning of the test, phase of 5G, there were a lot of reaction to the harmfulness of the radiation of the new technology. Therefore, IRC took measures and conducted non-ionizing measurements. The report from the measurements you can find on the IRC website. During the test, during a 5G test by mobile operators, IRC also performed speed test measurements together with the operation in order to see the benefits of the new technology. The measurements that is going, are the measurements going in the background? Or? Yes? Can you start again the measurements? Or? Plumina? Okay. Okay. According to this test, we get about 1,000 megabits per second. The speed test actually shows 1,000 megabits per second. We are going with 5G DSS. After successful 5G testing, Makedonski Telekom starting implementing 5G DSS in its 20 MHz LTE channel in 2100 MHz frequency band. In one 20 MHz channel, we have both technologies, and the spectrum is sharing between each other according to the traffic demand. What is 5G DSS? 5G DSS, 5G dynamic spectrum sharing actually is a technology that allows a 5G network to use the 4G LTE frequency spectrum by allowing a base station to dynamically assign the bandwidth to 4G or 5G based on customer demand. In order to see the performance of 5G DSS, measurement of both network, 5G DSS and LTE, three-carrier aggregation was made in the vicinity of BTS station in Visbegovo. The speed test measurements you have seen in the background. If we compare this speed test result on both technologies, 5G DSS and LTE three-carrier aggregation, we can conclude that LTE is more superior than 5G DSS at the moment. The 5G DSS data speed was in range from 77 megabits per second to 80 to 180 megabits, while the speed test of LTE network was more than 230 megabits per second. What will be the conclusion? We have one slide. Okay. At the beginning of the presentation, we mentioned that we will end the video. We are going to do that with National Operational Broadband Plan. According to it, we should reach the data speed of up to 10 gigabit per second and delay less than 1 millisecond. If we compare the current situation, we have to achieve much more in the next period. What will be the conclusion? 5G as a new technology is definitely here through the implemented 5G DSS by mobile operator, but the benefits of the new technology is lacking. 5G DSS is more marketing of the new technology than the real benefits of it. Is there any solution? Yes, of course. 5G is very superior technology over the previous ones, but you need adequate implementation. In order to get the benefits from 5G, new frequencies are required with appropriate 100 megahertz channel. That was all about the presentation. Thank you very much. If you have any questions.
Any question? Oh, strange 5G. Thank you, Jonč.
Thank you.
The next is... Say it, Slobodanka, with microphone.
Hello. Slobodanka Gievska, Makedonski Telekom. This is not a question, it's just one comment for the whole audience, I guess, to get the, let's say, a picture of the market from both sides, both the regulator and the operators. I'm very glad that we have the 5G, according to the presentation of Jane, very soon in its real shine. And it's not the operator's fault that we couldn't have the frequencies so far. But thank you for having the opportunity to achieve the best speeds of 5G in coming period, hopefully after August, Jane, right? Okay. So I just wanted to thank to Jonče for the presentation of the speeds. It's also fair to say that this is maybe a self-assessment of the agency because equalization or level playing field for the frequency spectrum should also be reassessed if you agree. This was one of the remedies assigned to the national regulatory bodies, I put point on bodies, after the merger of 2 operators, or 3 to 2. So maybe this will be a call for the agency as well to do a reassessment on why one operator has 3 carrier aggregation, the other has possibility for 4 carrier aggregations, why we don't have the 5G 700 and 3.x band already running on our base stations, because as the Macedonian knowers of the market know, at least Makedonski Telekom is ready for that. So I hope that after the summer we will have another start of measurements and we will shine again like in the previous years. So thank you.
Thank you, Slobodanka. This was just a comment, yes?
Yes, of course. And a call for reassessment.
Okay, it's your comment. We are following with the next presentation, RATEL non-ionizing measurements. The presenter is Vidak Otasevich.
Hi everyone. Okay. Today I will speak about RATEL electromagnetic field measurement project. Okay. Why do we need the EMF monitoring? The simple answer would be that the trust is missing between the general public and the operator. And the main reason is because the public is not adequately informed about EMF influence on the environment. Furthermore, this will cause bad communication between the public and the operator. RATEL, from one side, is supposed to protect our citizens from elevated values of EMF, but from the another side, we would like to encourage our network operators to implement new technologies. So in the future, we will have better coverage, better services, and on the end, our end users will have benefit from that. As we are speaking about 5G and having on mind that as frequency is higher related to the one which we are using today up to 2100s, which will affect that we will have more base stations installed on a certain area than if we compare it, for example, with from 2G up to LTE technologies we are using today. That will result with public concern regarding EMF influence, which will affect further development towards 5G. I will mention again during this presentation that RATEL EMF system is able to monitor and measure 5G influence on the environment from the perspective of EMF influence. And in the next slides, I will speak more about this. This project is a long-term project. It is still open, and according to the feasible study what was done before the project, RATEL is supposed to install 100 sensors around Serbia. At the moment, we have 88 sensors installed in 39 cities. More about type of the sensors we are using and different vendors which are delivering them to us. I will speak in a few slides. Regarding the project phases, starting from the left, we first of all what we need to do is to do location acquisition. After this is done, the next step is to go on this site to do some measurements with our handheld EMF instruments on several positions on this location. After we decide which position exactly is of interest, we can move to the next step and the test equipment which we received from the vendor. After the testing is done and we confirm that everything is okay, configuration could start. At this point, when we configure the sensor, we will monitor them, but only from the admin part of the portal, which is visible only for the RATEL staff who are monitoring the system. And after that, we have to do a technical solution, and we need to wait the owner of that building or location where the sensor will be installed to agree with it. After agreement, installation could start on this location, and on the end, if everything is okay, we will implement this site in a public part of the portal, so it would be visible for end users, for everyone. Here we can see two broadband stations coming from separate vendors, from NARDA and Wave Control. Both of them are measuring and showing cumulative value for the technologies which are present on that location. I mean EMF influence on that location coming from the present technologies. NARDA is working in a frequency band from 100 kilohertz up to the 7 giga. It is sending data to our central database through the mobile network using FTP protocol. Also, in this sensor, up to now is installed 2G or 3G modems, which are helping us to communicate with data center. Sensors could be locally configured via Ethernet, USB, or serial cable or connection, and also you could remotely monitor them and configure them via SMS messaging. On the other way, Wave Control is working in a frequency band from 100 kilohertz up to the 8 giga. It's again using same modems, 2G or 3G, but communication with the data center is different. They are using HTTP protocol. Also, station could be locally configured via USB connection. Here we can see a band selective sensor. This type of sensor is more complex than the previous one you saw on previous slide, in a way that he is able to measure more frequencies ranges in the same time, and also we will be able to see results for the separate ranges. So it means that in the same time you could see the influence coming from 2G technology, or UMTS, or LTE, or in, I hope, next future, near future, 5G. Sensor, again, it's same story like on previous slide for the NARDA sensor. He is sending data via FTP protocol and could be configured via Internet, USB, or serial port locally. We could see here two sensors installed on a different location. One of them is elementary school Lazar Savetić in Belgrade, and another one is installed on a technical scientist in Novi Sad. Both of these sensors are broadband, and both of them are using solar panels for power supply. In the same time, solar panel is charging internal battery, which is located in the solar panel box. As a backup, these stations could be supplied from the electrical grid too. Little bit more about measurements and what could be seen on our portal. Here again we have broadband station installed on the student dorm in the Belgrade. We choose this location because a lot of young people are spending time here. On the left side, on the graph, you could see cumulative EMF level in the period from June until the September 2021 year. This period when the students are going home, it's summer holiday, and of course in this period on this location we have lower EMF influence, and we could see that in the result because you see the EMF levels are lower for this period. Similar example we will see in next slide for the station installed on location technical scientist in Novi Sad. Again, here we can see cumulative EMF levels for the period of the couple weeks. And here you could very easy find which are working days during the weekends, during the weekday, and where are the weekends. During the weekends, students are going home, and again we have a lower influence of the EMF field, and we could see that on the diagram too. Here we could see band selective NARDA sensor installed on the elementary school Drinka Pavlović again in the Belgrade. In our network, EMF network, we have only two types of these sensors. On the right side, you could see again EMF levels, but for the more frequency ranges, and they are colored differently. What is very important is that these results which sensor is measuring could be compared with the reference line. You could find it in the right up corner, and these reference values are defined by our rule books. And if we compare them, we will see that these measurements measured by the EMF sensors are 10 times lower than the reference one. And this is the key message we would like to share with our citizens. Previously, I was speaking mostly about hardware part of this EMF system, and now I will speak a little bit about logical overview. On the left side, we could see sources of the EMF, what could be different sector antennas coming from the mobile network operators, or the source of EMF could be FM radios, or for example, wireless routers working on the 2 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz too. And after that, we have sensors installed on our hospitals, schools, kindergartens, which are sending data through the mobile network to our database. From the database, they will be forwarded to our public portal and also to our admin part of the portal. Admin portal, as I said, it's visible only for the RATEL staff which are responsible for monitoring the system. And please, if you have time, you could visit emf.ratel.rs and you could check it by yourself. Interactive portal is publicly available on English and Serbian language, and it could be reached via any device, desktop, laptop, cell phone, and the results are shown on the map. There are two ways how you could search the location of the interest. You could go on the left side of the portal, and there is a drop-down menu, and you could choose at first time location of the interest. After that, you could see also, you could check, location, city of the interest. After that, you can choose a sensor of the interest, but you could also do that clicking on this bicycle on the map, where you will be directed to this sensor. Also on this portal, you could see the picture of the sensor, picture of the institution where the sensor is installed, and also you could see the panorama picture. Another activity regarding EMF portal is related to the education. This is a huge help for us to improve better, how can I say, to improve social trust with our public. The public, the EMF portal contains a lot of education materials, paperworks, also links to our rule books. On the other side, we are participating in a lot of presentations, we are doing a lot of workshops, and on the end, Rattle is very active on the social media too, providing a lot of video materials and animated movies to our citizens. For the future plans, we are planning to install 20 more sensors in this year, so we will reach a number of 180 sensors, plus some few sensors we will install in next year. I would like to say that Rattle EMF portal is recognized by the ITU recommendation as a first example how one EMF portal should look like. Also, we took part in a government project Open Data, providing them raw measurement files in CSV, HTML and JSON's file format. So they are also publicly available from the government portal or website. Another plan related to the EMF portal or the system is MF drive test measurement. About this system I will speak more in next 2 slides. Also, we are planning to improve our admin and public part of the EMF portal. EMF dry test measurement is a very good tool which could help us to easily find the location of interest, I mean hotspots, just by driving the car around some location. It contains sensor. You need to install one sensor on the roof of the vehicle, which is connected via USB cable with a laptop. You will have one application which could work only if you have a USB key license installed in it. And you could see that the results are shown on the map. Like one route, it's similar like a colleague was explaining when they were doing benchmark measurements. But here we will have only one parameter shown to the public. Below the map, we could see the color agent, where any of these colors represent a certain range of EMF values. Comparing this EMF drive system with the previous sensors installed on location I have mentioned before, there are two mainly differences. First sensor I have mentioned, they are installed and they are static, so this measurement is static. And we have results during all day, 24 hours per day, 365 days per year. But these EMF drive test measurements, these measurements are real-time measurements, and they are valid only for that time of period. results could be exported to the KML or CSV file. Also, these measurements are saved locally to the laptop, so we will plan in the future how we will that present on our portal. Here we can see one measurement done in the center of the Belgrade, and it's very interesting if you watch this route and put cursor on one of these points, pop-up window will show up, and you can easily find what is the EMF value for that point and measurement date and the date when the measurement was done. On the left side, we have several isotropic field probes, which is again confirmation that EMF system will be able to monitor and measure 5G influence from the perspective of EMF influence. According to the RATEL plan, and when in the future auction for 5G will happen, 2 frequency bands will be available for the, our mobile network operators. One is on the 700 megahertz, another one is on the 3.5 gigahertz. So again, that is confirmation that our static part of the EMF system will be also able to catch EMF influence. So this would be all for this presentation. Thank you. If there are any questions. Okay, yes.
During the presentation, you mentioned that you have about 100 EMF sensors. So in the...
I have exactly 88. We are planning to...
Okay. My question is, have you experienced any situation when the non-ionizing radiation was above the threshold, but ICNET threshold, not your internal? And what measures did you take in that case?
I would say, unless now we didn't have a case that this value will go too much above. Right now, if we are just following our thresholds, it's quite below. For example, this threshold is not same for all frequencies. So the minimum, I could say the worst case would be that we should measure some value above, for example, 11 volts per meters. But up to now, the most critical site on one location is going to approximately 7 volts per meters. So.
Okay, so what is the benefit of putting a lot of EMF sensors in that case, if you have not experienced any situation about
yes, but as I mentioned before, this is very important because the public is skeptic regarding 5G future plans. So this is, how can I say, preparation for the 5G. So if somebody would say 5G is bad, it's not bad, okay, you can go public and you can check that it's not bad. Probably the level will go up a little bit, but that's why, of course, if on some location it will go above the threshold, we need to react too. So it's important also for us as it's important for the public too. You're welcome. Okay, thanks.
There are still more questions. The mic, please.
Sorry, I could not hear you well.
Thank you all of this presented. Really, this electromagnetic field in many countries is now very actual, and the BEREC is talking about this electromagnetic field and also for 5G. But in many countries, I don't know how is it, this is in these all countries they are here. Do they have, example in Serbia, RATEL, have a legislation that all parameters are precise? How should be the electromagnetic fields in in transmission of non-ionization
Yes.
waves. So I would like to know, is taking in consideration an International Commission of Non-Ionization parameters, or take?
They are a little bit modified by ourselves, but I think that we are a little bit rigorous, more rigorous than European, parameters which they recommend too. So Serbian rule book is a little bit more strict.
But how is operators obliged to respect, which in authorization or which decision the operator are obliged? Do they put in the authorization to respect this legislation, or is, example, in our country we don't have regulations?
Okay, it's very good question. Maybe I'm how can I say, I'm less than 1 year in the RATEL, so I'm still catching this. But we up to now didn't have that case, So maybe you could email me. I could forward your email exactly. But in any case, RATEL, how can I say, we have to react, but not directly. Communication will not go directly to the mobile network operators, but we will alarm our Ministry for the Health, how can I say, if you understand me. And this will be their responsible to react and to speak with mobile network operators.
Yes, because I would like to discuss at all people who knows about this problem, because we in our country, we don't have any rules or regulation or parameters which regulate this,
yeah,
we have threshold or this.
We have these parameters.
And just we refer on the international documents of International Commission of Non-Ionization Radiations,
yes.
And we took this paragraph in authorization or something that said they have to respect the parameters of these international documents until we create not ourselves documents.
Yes.
Because to create this one documents, I think need to involve many institutions. Examples: Ministry of Health,
yes.
Agency of Radiations, we have, and so on this. And this is a very problematic thing it's not just a problem to measure. Okay, we can measure what we are doing after measuring.
Yes, but if you ask me that, also you could see what could you do with the benchmark results. Are you strong to push the operators to do something? Maybe yes, maybe no. It's regarding the law. I am not the right person to ask. So.
I would like to know, and for other regulators here, from example Macedonia or Montenegro.
Yes, we can talk. We can speak after for this issue.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have any question regarding this presentation? No question. Vidak, thank you.
Thank you.
Може. Много касниш, беби.
Hi to all, my name is Arben Seiti. I'm come from Agency for Audio and Audiovisual Media Services here in Macedonia. And my question for the presenter is, those measurements, you did it under pressure of the public because they want to know that EMF of 5G is not harmful for people, or you just do it for some other purpose? Because this kind of measurement, you can do it in a theoretical way without real measurements, and you will gain almost the same results, maybe with just minimal declines.
Okay, I will answer like this, because mostly I was working with benchmarking with in a couple of operators in Serbia. Also, I was working in Kosovo too. Regarding this question, I don't know how to answer you because I was not part of Ratel when they were. This project is maybe 5 or 4 years old. But in any case, whatever decision was it, the result is good, you know. It's important that you have some feedback from the field. And regarding this automatization you mentioned, I will compare it with the benchmark tool. For example, we as Ratel, we have also a tool for map coverage of the Serbia, which will show you around the Serbia what is exactly the power the sensor antenna are emitted. But sorry, if I go on the field with the backpack system and measure that, believe me that in more than 30% this tool cannot work exactly the same like the benchmark tool. So these results you are giving, these results are just production. And it could be, how can I say, maybe little more difference than on what is on the field. I hope I give you an answer.
Okay, thank you, Vidak.
Okay.
We are still more through the region. Right now the presenter is Ms. Anna Vukcevic. She will explain about developing 5G ecosystem in Montenegro.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, on behalf of the EKIP Montenegro, I would like to express highest appreciation to the AEC North Macedonia for the invitation to this conference and the opportunity to provide information on developing of 5G ecosystem in our country. And I will be glad if the technical support will provide on the screen presentation under the title Developing on 5G Ecosystem in Montenegro.
The next time
okay, the overview of my presentation. Okay, let's wait a few seconds. I believe that they will find the right document because it's there. I saw it.
The question is it updated?
Okay, that's the right one. Thank you very much, and sorry for this disruption. My presentation will be focused on the overview of the mobile networks, activities regarding 5G, strategic documents, spectrum auctions, with some conclusions at the end of presentation. Mobile networks in Montenegro use currently 5 radio frequency bands. Different technologies are deployed and operate in parallel. The latest one, 5G new radio base stations, were put into operation in the capital Podgorica from March this year, in other cities from April. In cities, voice traffic is predominantly provided in UMTS technology and data traffic in LTE technology. LTE basic coverage is provided for more than 97.5% of population, while 10 megabits per second in downlink based on user experience is provided for approximately 97% of population of Montenegro. In urban areas, downlink data rate from the measurements during the last year amounted to the average of 60 megabits per second. There are a lot of activities conducted regarding 5G networks in our country. At the end of 2020, the agency initiated 2 surveys, one of them regarding strategy for implementation of 5G networks and another one regarding the available frequencies for the spectrum auction. At the beginning of last year, the agency established plans for spectrum auction of 5G pioneer bands for the early implementation, and also study on strategy for implementation of 5G networks. During the last year, one of operators, Crnogorski Telekom, started 5G network performance testing in 2 GHz band using DSS technology. The agency conducted spectrum auction last year for the renewal of some approvals, in addition with some available resources in 2.6 GHz band. A commercial release of 5G new radio base stations in Podgorica held during the first quarter, in other cities during the second quarter of this year. Spectrum auction for the early 5G implementation in so-called pioneer bands is scheduled for the second half of this year, as well as establishment of guidelines on 5G new radio base station authorizations regarding electromagnetic field exposure. The agency initiated a survey to more than 100 various stakeholders in order to provide their view on implementation of 5G networks. And this survey showed that there was a very low awareness among these entities during 2020, since only 27 of them responded to the survey regarding potential of 5G possible user scenarios and benefits, except at mobile networks operators who are interested to deploy 5G networks, however, as it may be expected, without any obligations regarding coverage and quality of services. Mobile network operators are interested first to deploy EMBB services and depend on market demand, other types of services at later stage. During this survey, mobile network operators also indicated very complex, inefficient and time-wasting procedures as a main obstacle for the future implementation of 5G networks, and also this is a huge barrier for the construction of base station and access to the state-owned land. They also indicated some potential risks as electromagnetic field exposure, cybersecurity and data protection. A study on strategy of implementation of 5G networks in our country is a document which was expected to identify challenges from different perspectives in order to enable deployment of 5G in our country during this year at latest. This document is structured as an integral document with 22 recommendations and action plan in 8 steps, and it will be used as a basis for national 5G strategy. This document identifies activities to be done, however, also competent authorities regarding these activities. First of all, our agency, then ministry, other ministries, government, and public institutions as well. As some of these activities does not fall under the competencies of the agency, it is very essential to provide coordination from the governmental level in order to obtain successful finalization of this process. Here you may see an action plan for 5G networks to be implemented in our country. I will not go into all these details because of limited time of presentations, but would like to mention that this document is publicly available at our website, so those who are interested may download it and see all details from the document. I would like to mention some strategic documents important at regional level as well. That is Action Plan on Establishment of Common Regional Market and Memorandum of Understanding on 5G Digital Transformation Plan for the Western Balkans, established at the end of 2020 in Tirana. Based on the latest one, our government at the end of last year endorsed a roadmap on introduction of 5G mobile communication networks. Strategy for implementation of these networks for the period 2023-2027 with an action plan for the next 2 years is planned to be established by the end of this year, as well as guidelines on 5G radio base station authorizations with regards to electromagnetic field radiation. Another survey conducted by the agency was focused on available radio frequency bands for mobile networks to be auctioned in the next period. This survey treated available frequencies in 3 categories, basically. First, radio frequency bands currently in use, for which some approvals were about to expire, plus some additional blocks in 2.6 GHz band. Second category were available bands 1.5 and 2.3 GHz. And the third one, Pioneer 5G bands, 700 MHz, 3.6 and 26 GHz band. This survey, which was conducted in 2020, revealed a strong interest of mobile network operators for 3.6, less for 700 MHz band and for 2.6. There was no or very weak interest for the use of 1.5, 2.3 and 26 GHz band in the midterm. At the same survey, mobile network operators expressed their request with regards to 5G Pioneer bands in order to postpone this auction for the next year. Based on this information and facts, the agency decided to conduct spectrum auction last year for reallocation of radio frequencies in the pre-auction phase in these bands that are currently in use and for which approvals of one operator were about to expire. And also to allocate available blocks in the main auction phase in the bands 1.8, 2 and 2.6 GHz band. The validity period for the approvals in this spectrum auction were were scheduled until 1st September 2031 in order to align the approvals from this auction with the approvals previously awarded in the auction in 2016. The auction design was simple clock auction with additional round for unawarded blocks where bidding and evaluation of bids were done manually by the agency staff. During the last year, the agency published public bidding documentation, and decision on initiation of the public bidding was endorsed in October last year. The agency also organized a trial mock auction for the preparation of operators in early December last year. The spectrum auction was based on 114 auction rules. It took 4 auction days in 8 auction rounds. Total revenues generated in this public bidding procedure, which represents the revenues of the budget of Montenegro, amount to more than 7 million euros. From these revenues, allocation of reserved spectrum in the pre-auction phase actually amounts to 4,430,000 euros and is equal to the reserved price for the blocks included in the pre-auction procedure. Which means that in the main auction phase, the amount of revenues achieved was more than 2.6 million euros, which means that the prices are increased for 9% in comparison with the reserved price of these blocks included. The value of unawarded spectrum at reserved prices amounts to 192,000 euros. Approvals for the use of radio frequencies in the spectrum auction were issued in February this year. At this slide, you may see a current allocation of all three mobile network operators in Montenegro, Crnogorski Telekom, One Montenegro, and MTEL. As you may notice, in the band 800 MHz, only two operators are assigned with the frequencies. That is a result of the auction conducted in 2016. In other bands currently in use, the location of frequencies among these three operators are quite balanced. In accordance with WRC 19 decision, government of Montenegro in 2020 endorsed the latest version of radio location plan in Montenegro, which among others identifies also the bands 26, 40 and 66 GHz for mobile networks. Channeling arrangements for 5G pioneer bands as well as for other frequency bands to be used by mobile services are defined based on CEPT and ECC decisions and implemented through relevant allocation plans in the subject bands. 700 MHz band in Montenegro is available for mobile services starting from 2017. However, in this band, there is still interference generated by digital terrestrial television from Albania. However, our agency is very intensively cooperating with Audiovisual Media Authority of Albania in order to finalize coordination of frequencies and to contribute to the transition of broadcasting services in Albania in the bands below 700 MHz, preferably in accordance with deadlines prescribed by the European Union, which is the end of June this year. 3.6 GHz band is available for 5G starting from April this year. In 26 GHz band, there is already available 100 MHz of spectrum bandwidth, and in the next year there will be additional 1,200 MHz of spectrum bandwidth available for 5G, which is currently used by fixed services. The agency planned to conduct spectrum auction for the early 5G implementation during this year. A working group consisted of the agency staff is established and is intensively working these days in support with consulting company Specure. The subject of the auction will be 700 MHz band, 3.6 and 26 GHz band. We already conducted some preliminary meetings with incumbent operators in order to once again provide them opportunity to express their views in regards to this spectrum auction since the last survey was 2 years ago. The next step will be to establish informative document and to start public consultation procedure. We expect these activities to be done probably by the end of this month. Determination of the minimum amount of one-off fee for awarding the approvals for the use of radio frequencies, which is the competence of the relevant ministry, is scheduled to be endorsed during the third quarter of this year. As soon as this decision will be available and public consultation finalized, the agency plans to initiate public bidding procedure, probably during the third quarter of this year, with the beginning of the spectrum auction in November. Our plan is to issue the approvals for 5G pioneer bands at the very end of December this year. I would like to mention some general conclusions, and that is that implementation of 5G networks and services will be gradual since different technologies will coexist for some time in the future. This requires more operational complexity and cost. So from all these facts, I would like to say that there is no unique strategy or approach for efficient implementation of 5G networks, and that in each country 5G ecosystem should be developed based on the characteristics of the local market. What is very essential is synergy of the regulators, mobile industry, IT industry, and other vertical industries and public sectors as well. Specifically, in regards to our country, it may be concluded that the spectrum auction for the bands 2 and 2.6 GHz that was conducted last year enabled mobile network operators to start 5G even before these pioneer bands were awarded. However, 5G services at full capacity are possible only after the award of these frequencies in 703.6 and 26 GHz band, which is the plan of our agency to be finalized during this year. We believe that endorsement of the national strategy for the implementation of the mobile networks will significantly contribute to deployment of these networks and services in our country. That will be all from my side. At the moment, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I remain at your disposal if you have any question with regards to this topic.
Any question? Okay, Anne, please.
Thank you, Igor. I have a question regarding your law. You mentioned that there is renewal in the presentation. You mentioned that there is renewal of the frequency licenses, but you later on you write that there is an auction for the licenses. Is it for the same licenses or for different licenses?
Mm-hmm. Radio frequencies in bands previously used were about to expire for one of these network operators. Those were frequencies in 900, 1800 bands and so on. So we decided to conduct last year a spectrum auction for this renewal, meaning that in the pre-auction phase these frequency blocks were reserved for the incumbent operator to provide that operator a possibility to bid for these frequencies and to establish a new approval actually for that specific operator. However, as there were some available blocks in the same frequency bands which remained unawarded from the auction in 2016, we also decided to put into the public bidding those completely available blocks. And in the case that, for example, incumbent operator does not submit a bid in the pre-auction phase for those blocks which were reserved, basically, then all those blocks which are not awarded in pre-auction phase will be subject of the main auction phase. But actually it does not happen since that operator was interested to continue operation in the same frequency bands for which his approvals were about to expire. So basically that auction last year was not the auction for 5G at all. However, as there were some available blocks in 2 and 2.6 gigahertz band, the other network operators used that as a very good opportunity to put their bids for these available blocks and to use them based on DSS technology, as you also mentioned in your presentation, for, let's say, a kind of 5G implementation of networks based on new radio standard, which is, let's say, first phase of implementation of 5G services in our country, even before these pioneer bands will be awarded at later stage. But we all know, as many colleagues mentioned today, that the full capacity of 5G requires completely different spectrum resources, and that is practically only the more or less, let's say, in promotional, from promotional perspective of this network, I believe good, and but it will be, of course, continued in the next phase. However, 2 out of these 3 mobile network operators requested trial operation in 3.6 gigahertz band during the last months, and they start not commercial but testing operation in these bands for, let's say, 5G services, networks that should be in operation after the spectrum auction next year, during this year.
Okay, if I understand correctly, you, in your law, you don't have extension of the duration of the license for free. Operators must pay again one-time fee if they want to extension of the licenses.
Yes, basically we don't have any kind of extension of licenses without public bidding procedure for the frequencies which are dedicated for the coverage of entire territory. Only some local. So our principle was to provide an opportunity for that operator to bid for the reserved spectrum at the prices which were determined by the ministry, and that, as I mentioned in my presentation, amounted to more than 4 million euros for the extension of until 2031 in order to align those frequencies with other operators in the same frequency band. So it is not for free.
Thank you, Anna. Any other question? Again, Visar. Just a moment, please.
Yes. Yeah, yes, there will be spectrum caps in all bands, and also a spectrum cap in the bands below. I mean, there should be a spectrum cap in any case, specifically in the bands below 1 gigahertz, because those are coverage bands, and another cap for higher bands. So in the in the auction to be conducted this year, there will be such, let's say, limitations. I am not supposed to reveal these specific data regarding the spectrum caps that we are discussing these days, because this document is not public yet. It is a draft document prepared by the working group of the agency staff, but we expect this document very soon to be as informative document, to be endorsed by our council and to be published, and it will be published at the agency's website. So for those who are interested to know, it may be seen in the next weeks. And of course, as we expect to, let's say, finalize public consultation probably during the third quarter of this year, I believe that our next presentation regarding 5G mobile networks in our country that will be delivered at our conference during the InfoFest will include that specific information you are asking at the moment.
Thank you.
Any other question? No, thank you. Okay, the last but not least for this session, according to the agenda, is Michot Kalčević, but he was unable to come here. His replacement is Aleksandar Smokvarski from TCI.
Good afternoon for everybody. My name is Aleksandar Smokvarski. One big thank to agency for inviting us here. We believe that these events are very useful for all parties in the industries, let's say. So, as Igor said, my colleague, Dr. Michot Kalčević, was not able to attend, so I'm going to make the presentation. So I'm coming from the vendor side, and this will be reflected in my presentation. This is the presentation agenda. I will have some slides about company I represent, that is TCI. TCI is one of the few, let's say, producer of the monitor equipment in the world. Then we will have some couple of slides also for spectrum management and spectrum monitoring role and connection. Number 3 is spectrum evolution, let's say, with, especially with reference to 5G, which is very hot subject. We as a producer of monitoring equipment are very interested in this evolution, because after any technologies, new technologies implemented, our product will need to be able to monitor that. And then number 4 is saying something more concrete about modern spectrum monitoring solution with accent of TCI, let's say, product platforms. And then the last one is about demonstration of some new features that we have later developed in our system. So TCI is a company that belongs to one bigger company called SPX. Our headquarters are in Fremont, California, and the main 3 products, let's say, in our product portfolio is communication intelligence, that are the COMINT products, so-called military solutions. Then we have spectrum monitoring and management solutions, especially for regulatory agencies like IRC. And then, like 50 years ago, TCI started like a producer of broadcast and communication antenna, which is still, let's say, part of the product portfolio. So the main characteristic of our regulatory solution is that fully ITU compliant. And I will also mention here the different type of geolocation technologies like AOA, TDOA, and combination of both of them, so-called hybrid one. We were one of the first in the world that implemented in the real life the hybrid geolocation solution. So I don't know how clear you can see, but this is our customer map with the dots pointing to the countries where we have sold our system. The spectrum management has 3 main components: spectrum policy administration, spectrum policy enforcement, spectrum policy support, well known to all of us, and all of these three main points has different goals. For example, for spectrum only administered, the main goal is maximizing spectrum licensing efficiency, with that increasing the revenue. From the other side, from this policy support is interference resolution, mislicensing resolution, and so on and so on. So why to monitor? Because monitor, very simple, is eyes and ears of spectrum management. These two comes in a loop, let's say. And also revenue generation and revenue protection by eliminating unlicensed use, among the other important things for monitoring. So spectrum evolution was very high, let's say, starting from 1980s. There was one big explosion in the spectrum evolution, especially in the latest years when the digitalization came, let's say. So what we can say is that we have more complex signals today, higher frequencies are used, increased signal density, and higher signal bandwidth. Continuously evolving spectrum environment with more complex and crowded signals, let's say. So one of the presentation today from the professor of faculty was about 5G, 6G. Also these 5G use cases, typical was mentioned there, eMBB, URLCC, MMTC, and some others, let's say. These are one of the typical. So what we can say about and assume about 5G technology, that let's say the cell size is shrinking, and at the same time the number of cells is increasing. As a result, from this slide from the Ericsson, let's say we have smaller number of sites, about 5%, which will bring 25% of the total traffic volume. The other are 25% of the sites, which bring 50% of volume, and the biggest part will be 70% of the site, but they bring only 25% of the total traffic volume. So what are the other key assumptions for the 5G that we can make at this moment? Let's say we believe that the high power transmitters will still stay emitters that will have higher coverage, let's say, but also at the same time there will be many more low power directional emitters in the 5G environment, and also that there will be even so small, let's say, emitters that they will not be able to be monitored, let's say, because their power will be very low. This is also one of the assumptions. This slide shows some key assumptions about the frequency used. I don't think so we should elaborate this more because we heard today enough about it. And also, which is also important, interference will be not gone with 5G, it will be still there. There will be a lot of cases when we expect that interference will be still there, and the main issue for the regulators, let's say. So having how to summarize all of this, in the first part of these slides are shown some of the main challenges or advances, let's say, in the wireless technologies. For example, new frequency bands assignments, transmission with wider instantaneous bandwidth that support high user dates, and then a larger number of low power emitters deployed in any given area of interest. And also the second part gives the challenge of some new modern, let's say, spectrum monitoring system. For example, monitor network type of emitter deployment, provide high sensitivity in order to be able to monitor even the emitters that has very low power, which will be very much spread, let's say, all over the area. So, having this in mind, what we can say is that the fixed monitoring system will still stay, let's say, will still be useful. They will cover bigger area, and they will provide spectrum occupancy for that area. They will, let's say, monitor the high power emitters, the traditional one. Also, new transportable and semi-fixed spectrum monitoring system will be needed to be introduced in the monitor network in order to, let's say, cover local 5G operations, particularly where public hotspots receive heavy use. And also more mobile and portable monitoring solution will be required to address more localized 5G spectrum and to monitor, let's say, the spectrum occupancy in that area. This is a case of example of mobile station, let's say. So what we have in the past was few emitters, few monitoring stations. What we are having now, what we'll have in the future will be much more emitters, and that will bring much more monitoring station. The older one will stay with the upgrade functionalities. There will be not only monitoring and AOA, but also hybrid geolocation in here. And also we'll have some more compact, let's say, monitoring station that will be able to do the same thing like the fixed station, but will be much easier to deinstall, install the new location, including here also the portable stations. So if you go one slide back, I don't know how good can you see, but this is the layered monitoring network, let's say. We see the fixed station are there. We see in the coarse monitoring, there are mobile station, transportable station, and then we see in the fine-grained monitor network, which is closer to the cities, in the cities, let's say, closer to the existing low-power emitters, so-called, let's say, compact spectrum monitoring system or transportable, semi-transportable, let's say. Also, in the middle of it, we will have something that is called central database. All this monitoring network generating huge traffic. Since this traffic is generated, needs to be analyzed to bring to the regulator enough information in order to be able to see the statistic of the spectrum usage and to bring right decision about the further, let's say, spectrum utilization. So, besides from the, let's say, slowly we are moving from task-oriented, which where belong the spectrum, typical spectrum measurements, we slowly move to the, let's say, service-oriented measurements, where we say that all measurement data collected from all the monitor stations are stored in one place, and from here, different type of, let's say, visualization analysis are done. So, the same thing, but a little bit in more colorful picture. We will have also advanced monitoring station, which will have more processing power and which will be able to do as much as processing as possible in them, not to send IQ data to the central station, because IQ data can be very huge, let's say. Maybe the transport network will not be available to transport that data. So here it includes classification, demodulation, sometimes even decoding. All the other data that will not be, let's say, analyzed or processed in the monitoring station will be transferred to the central monitoring station, where the monitoring and license data, we assume that it will be, let's say, joined together, to put that way. And then the third one is the management layer, where this data from the central database is very well, let's say, analyzed, visualized, and based on those things, appropriate decisions are bring by the appropriate department from the regulator. So TCI, we believe that we are in line with this development of the spectrum evaluation. We have existing, we have new, and also some planned monitoring stations, monitoring systems. So one of those are CSMS and CSMS Plus platforms. I'm going to show some of them in this presentation. So this is the same slide like we saw before, but the intention is to show that the CSMS Plus, let's say, will have more processing capability compared to CSMS, and will be able to do some kind of classification, demodulation, and other typical measurement at the station itself without sending the data to the central station. So this is the, let's say, slide showing the two types of platform, CSMS and CSMS Plus. By the way, CSMS means compact spectrum monitoring system, which means the newest generation already available, easy to install, easy to deinstall, and providing almost the same functionality as the fixed stations, let's say. So with the red things, the main difference between 753 and 759, 759 can do AOA, which cannot be done by 753, and compared to 709 and 739 is the bigger processing power that these two newest systems have. All of the existing and new DF antennas can be connected to any of the processors mentioned before. So this is how they look. This is the size of the laptop, you will see later, very compact. So no big difference in the size, no big difference in the power consumption, 27, 37 wire. So we say small dimensions, small power systems, and low weight. Block diagram showing the main difference. So as you can see, CSMS Plus has, let's say, something which is called multi-core processor that is not available in the other one, while the receiver part is almost the same in CSMS and CSMS Plus. So these are the main characteristics on 739. Multi-channel DF receiver, which means that it can detect any modulation, even single frequency, so it does not depend on the modulation. Very wideband dual channel system with 80 and 10 megahertz. 80 is for the short duration signals. 10 megahertz is used when we have crowded environment in order to detect the low power signals. Advanced signal capture analysis capability, and also very suitable for 3G, 4G, 5G, and next generation of network monitoring. Okay, so now about some new Scorpio functionalities. We have test system in Fremont installed at 3 of our locations there, and we are using that one for all the measures we do. So the latest automation we did, it's about hybrid geolocation and alarm. Those that are using Scorpio are very familiar what does mean, but now we have some advantages we are going to show. And then the newest product, Spectrum Surveyor, which was delivered for the first time last year. This is the kind of central database that is responsible for collecting, storing, let's say, and providing enough possibilities for appropriate analysis and visualization of the all measurement data. So, in hybrid geolocation, if before we have, in very simple words, if we put it, before we have only one command, let's say, that geolocates the signal, and then you need again to push the same command in order to get it. Now we have, let's say, repeated geolocation, which means that the emitter can be in moving, and while emitter is moving, the system is providing ability to geolocate that emitter, which was a request from some of our customers. Now it's implemented. Also, we have a feature which is called alarm. When, let's say, the operator preset the alarm with the red letters here, every signal that will go above the alarm before was just, let's say, alarmed about that signals, but now we have two possibilities. One is to record that signal automatically without any operator intervention. Once it's recorded, operator does not need to be even in the workstation, in front of the workstation. The system will automatically record the IQ data, and then this IQ data is available for further processing, whatever does it mean. And the next one is, beside the IQ, there is also option for automatic geolocation. As soon as, let's say, the signal is detected, the emitter, the system will be able automatically to geolocate, and when the operator will come next morning in the office, let's say, he will be able to see what has happened the previous night, so whether some emitter appeared problematic and where it was. Also, maybe, let's say, the biggest development we have in the, let's say, last year, that is a product called Spectrum Surveyor. Already mentioned about it. This Spectrum Surveyor should answer, let's say, on these four very important questions, I believe, for the regulators. So, how to increase the utilization of the current monitoring network? We know that, and many of our customers has big monitor networks. So, this monitor network is generating huge traffic. So, since this traffic is already there, how in the most efficient and most fast way to analyze all of that traffic and bring the right decisions, let's say. Then how to do very long measurements. We have been requested from also typical of customers that they want to do long-term measurement, not 1 or 2 hours, maybe occupancy for 1 month, occupancy for 2 months, let's say, and how this can be done, because they want to see the statistic of the usage of the spectrum, which is the then basis for many, let's say, important next decision. Then how and where to keep the measurement results, for how long, let's say, because this, it's also important, the measurements, the current measurements also important as the measurement that was done in the past. So we believe that all these measurements should be in one place, suitably protected. and then how to increase the efficiency and automation of the existing monitoring procedure, which means that to do with bigger number of monitoring stations, more measurements, let's say. Not necessarily if you have more measurement station, then you to be able not to do as much as measurement as you want, let's say. So the solution for this is, from TCI perspective, is something which we are calling spectrum surveyor. This is one of the very first slides we produced about it. So we say it's like a book that all the measurements, doesn't matter when they will be done, are stored there. All the importance of these measurements, parameter will be there. So whoever wants to see how was it, how it is, he will need just to check that book. Or if he talking now, let's say, world electronic telecommunication, let's say, because this new system generates big data, this big data we plan to be stored in one central place, which will be also protected in the appropriate way, and all the, let's say, main important parameters or measurements will be there. And this, by analyzing this data, it will be able to, the regulator to answer these three important questions. Are there any spectrum white spaces? Are users obeying by license? And was their interference detected? So, okay, so a couple of slides more. So this is one general drawing showing the monitoring station. The software in the center of this network is spectrum surveyor. So spectrum surveyor has two modes of operation: network mode and standalone mode. Network mode is typical for fixed station. Standalone mode is for the mobile station, let's say. These are the hardware and software requirements for this station. What is very important for this one, it is the team concept, which means that more stations can be gathered in one team. Also, the whole monitor network can be put it in one team, and then with only couple of commands, we can instruct all these monitoring stations to do the same measurements. The example is here. For example, before spectrum surveyor, you need to connect to every single station in order to preset the measurements. While with spectrum surveyor, from one central location, you have logic to control the whole network, which means it gives right to the possibility to operators with very few commands and much shorter time to do the same measurements like before. This is one of the main advantages. So the feature and function of TCI spectrum surveyor will help to significantly improve utilization of the spectrum monitoring network, especially for network having a higher number of monitoring nodes. As spectrum network expands, regulators will no longer have to be concerned about how to collect, store, analyze, and increase volume monitoring data, and then the central collection of data obtaining from regular, constant, and varied type of measurements will provide for fast, efficient, and dynamic analysis, thereby enabling the two main goals of spectrum management: high utilization and lower interference. So a couple of slides how this looks, but we are not going to spend much time on it, let's say, just to show that there is enough reporting capabilities in this spectrum surveyor. If some regulator feel that it's more advanced, then he can use its own, let's say, analytical tools like Power BI, Tableau, Click, which will be able to connect to the, let's say, central database, and from there take the measurements data which spectrum surveyor previously stored it and do whatever analysis and reports needs to be done. So this is one example of how by appropriate filters you can preset the measurements, and then on the huge data see the white spaces, let's say. So as we said, Power BI in different version. So current status of spectrum surveyor option. The first release will come in early 2021. Include channel occupancy and fields and measurements. Support for individual, multiple frequency and band tasking, off-network and in-network operation, basic reporting, and all of these features are going to be updated, let's say, with the new feature constantly. So that was the presentation. If you have any question.
No questions, yes? Okay, great. This was the end of the second session, but we have another session for tonight. From 6:30, there will be parked in front of the hotel, this hotel, Metropole buses outside, and there will be two tours. One will be sightseeing of Ohrid, and the other one just transport for those who don't want to participate in sightseeing of Ohrid, just to go to Ohrid, and somewhere in 8:15, where the bus leaves them, they have to be there to enter into the bus and later to come to the dinner in the restaurant in Ohrid. Okay? Or are you tired? Okay. See you later.